Hello.
Hello, can you hear us?
I've taken my audio off mute now so I can hear much better.
All right, that will work. Does it sound good? Can you hear us from here?
Yeah, it sounds great.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Hi, Carolina. Who else have we got? Hello, Nick.
Hello.
Same. Hello, Same.
Hello.
Welcome to the panel. Good
Thank
to
you
hear
very much.
Could you just pop your camera on for me?
Yes, sure.
Just to make sure that it works. Very nice to see you. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
joining today's panel. Summer, I'm going to do a brief introduction and then I'm going to come to you as our final speaker today. So we'll get Jeff, Peter and Gemma to set the scene and Lisa Maria to talk about the web content aspect, and then you to talk about practical voluntary steps undertaken at EuroDIG. So I'm really pleased to have you on the panel today.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy also to participate and to be among you today.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Carolina, thank you very much for doing all of the sending things around. I don't know if you attempted to send a message to the DC list with the link, because I didn't receive it this morning, but is it the same link as for speakers?
Yeah, I did send it out actually, and I did get an out of office reply. So I'm assuming that people
okay. Well, I don't know why I didn't get it. Then it's fine, no problem. Well, good stuff. Hey, Jeff, Peter, great to see you.
Hello, Emily. Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello. Can you I can hear you perfectly, Peter. Can you just pop your camera on so I can see you as well and say something?
On my end, it looks like it is on.
Okay, let me just see if I've got, let me see. Yes, I can see you. Hello, Jeff. I can see you as well. Where are you? Are you in the States?
I'm back in the States where it is still quite dark out.
Is it? Yes, thank you very much. That's a brutally early morning for you. Thank you very much for joining us. And to make it worse, I'm going to come to you as our first speaker, Jeff.
Then I will work my way through this cup of coffee. Right?
Yeah, then you can put yourself on mute for a bit. Hello, Laurie. Good to see you.
Emily, do we know how many participants we expect?
I don't know how many participants we expect, Peter.
I was supposed to be there in person and I got sick at ICANN, so I'm not there in person. I have no idea. I don't have COVID though.
I hope you're feeling better, Laurie.
Yeah,
sorry to hear it.
Yeah, the ICANN protocols on last Tuesday, I had someone come at me with a scanner to my head and someone come at me with a scanner to my badge at once. And I think some of you know I'm recovering from an accident in February. I have a concussion.
Oh, gosh.
And it triggered my concussion symptoms. So I've had, it was strange. I was feeling pretty good. And then my brain just decided to stop processing people. So
that sounds awful.
That's awful.
That's awful.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a little weird. I can't say awful because it forces me to rethink how I approach life and my work, and I think that's been positive. But I have to say, slowing everything down has been really super challenging, but I'm hopefully in the end will be a gift. And one of the sacrifices when we got home from the train on Saturday and I still had a headache and we're supposed to drive 10 hours on Sunday. I'm like, yeah, no, can't do that. And in the before times, I would have done it in a heartbeat. So
yeah. Well, I'm very glad you're joining us.
I
Laurie,
love this topic. Thanks. Yeah. And I love the topic. And I'm so sorry I didn't participate in the meetings, but it was just for the same reason, Emily. I needed to drop a few things just till I felt better.
Absolutely. Let me just get my watch, which I have put on the side. I think we've got 2 minutes to the off and I'm already seeing people joining, which is great. Hold on a sec.
Emily, could I test? So Sama has asked me to share a slide for her. And I'd like to test that the screen sharing is working fine, if that's okay with everyone.
You are the co-host now, Carolina?
Yeah, you should be able to share your screen.
You should be able to share your screen. I will stop sharing mine.
It says host has disabled participant screen sharing.
Do you make her co-host?
So I'm not able to share it, but I think
you should know. You should know.
You should know. Can you try?
Let's try that out. Okay. And Sama, can you confirm it's just the one slide? This is
yes, it is only one slide. Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So
yes.
yeah, happy to share it. You know, when you give me the cue to do so. Absolutely.
Gemma, Carolilo, very warm welcome to you. Could you just pop your camera on and say a few words so I can just make sure that you're coming across? Gemma? Can you hear me? Lisa Maria, could you pop your camera on and say a few words so that I can just check? Hello, hello.
My camera is on my end. Are you able to see me?
Let me just see if I've got a strange setup, so I can only see people on the side. Ah, there you are. How are you? Great to see you. Lovely to see you.
How are you?
Great, thank you. I just need to check Gemma, and then we're all set, and I think we can.
Yeah,
we can probably get started.
I've had clear instructions to make sure that the session will start at 11:15, and with a few words from EuroDIG. We're here live in Trieste,
okay.
And with some, and also to discuss the code of conduct, and then I will give the floor to you. You can start the session. So let me know whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I just need to check Gemma's audio and video, and then we'll be ready.
Good morning, everybody. Let me just see whether video is okay.
There you
Can you perhaps just see it? Voila.
Gemma,
can you correctly
welcome. Great to see you.
Is the audio
Thank you very much. Can see and hear. I can see and hear you perfectly. So
many thanks.
For the EuroDIG staff, we're ready now. We have our speakers, and thank you very much. So I'll wait until your announcement on the code of conduct is over, and then we will get started. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Hello, everyone. Great to see you. Good morning and welcome. My name is Sophie Hogenboom, and I'm your host in this FabLab, live coming from Trieste. And we're going to start this day 0 with a pre-event session, DNS abuse, the consequences of definitions. However, before we start, I would like to ask my co-host to introduce herself and the EuroDIG session rules.
Hello, I'm Kabatin Guys, and I'm your co-host in the FabLab workshop room, live from Trieste. At EuroDIG, we believe in open dialogue, and that's why we would like to follow certain rules. Firstly, if your displayed name isn't your full name yet, please rename yourself. Secondly, you will have the chance to ask questions later on during the session. When the time comes, you can ask for the floor by using the raise hand button under Reactions tab on Zoom, and we'll unmute you. You can also use the chat to share your thoughts with other participants. We'll be here to make sure the discussion is inclusive and good-spirited. And with that, I'll give the floor to Emily.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Sophie, for those words of introduction as well. Welcome, everybody. I think we have participants from around the world, so grateful to you. Good morning, good night, good middle of the night for some of our speakers, and good afternoon. You are attending a session organized by the Dynamic Coalition on Data and Trust with the support of EuroDIG, and our title today is DNS Abuse, the Consequences of Definitions. Now, I just want to start with a couple of words of reassurance, because several members, both of the Dynamic Coalition and others, have said, oh, you're not going to try and sort of do the definitions in an hour and a half, are you? No, we're not. This isn't about trying to reach consensus on what I think we can all understand as a heavily contested issue. There's been a lot of great work going on for many years within the ICANN environment and within the Internet and Jurisdiction platform to try and understand what this term might mean. And what's clear is that people come at it from different perspectives. So let's just take that as our baseline. We're not going to try and finally get to the single source of truth on this. What we wanted to do in this session is to say, well, what difference does it make whether you approach it broadly or narrowly, and what are the consequences of those approaches? And clearly, what would be useful would be to understand, are there any, we know, and we get really frustrated with areas in which we disagree, but are there areas of common ground between people on various points of the spectrum, if you like, in the way that we approach this issue? And also, are there gaps in the current governance system that are needed to be filled in order to address those areas of common ground appropriately? And finally, what voluntary actions are being undertaken by the DNS industry and others to address abuse, perhaps in the context of a lack of agreement on the fine detail of this. So we have got a wonderful set of speakers to guide us, but if we were all together in the same room, this would be very much a roundtable format in which you would be encouraged to raise your hand and participate. We're going to have some introductory remarks from our 5 speakers, who I'll introduce in a second. But as the organisers said, please do use the raise hand function, and also ask for the floor whenever you want to make a comment, and I will try and come to you. So to introduce our speakers, I'm very excited to have such a wonderful array of experts to guide us on this topic from different perspectives. First up, we're going to have Jeff Bedser, who's the Executive Chair of iThreat. And Jeff is very kindly joining us in the middle of the night, his time from the United States. So a big thank you to you, Jeff, for that. Peter Van Roster, a dear friend and a long-term colleague, General Manager at Centre. And Peter has a really unique perspective, given his contact with the European country code top level domain industry registries, and so can speak to how these terms are being understood in those communities, and also areas of difference as well as areas of agreement. Delighted to welcome Gemma Carolillo, who is the Acting Head of Unit Next Generation Internet at the European Commission. And Gemma can perhaps give us a little bit of background on the study that the European Commission has supported on DNS abuse and what they're seeing from their perspectives. After that scene setting, we're going to hear from our 2 further speakers. First of all, Lisa Maria Newdirt, who is from Oxford Internet Institute and the Weizenbaum Institute. And she will talk about something that is not often spoken about in the DNS abuse context, but the involvement of the web in disinformation relating to COVID. And finally, last but very much not least, we're delighted to welcome Same Manai, who is a data scientist at EuroDIG, and she can talk about the steps that EuroDIG is voluntarily undertaking to combat DNS abuse. So lots and lots of rich information coming from our speakers today, and then we look forward to a very interactive discussion. So without further delay, let me give the floor to you, Jeff. Thank you very much for joining us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Emily, and thank you all for not only participating in this process, but contributing to the ongoing discussions to help literally solve a problem that has been going on for quite a long time when it comes down to DNS abuse. I've been very active in this space. I'm the chair of the board for Public Interest Registry that runs .org. The Public Interest Registry started an entity called the DNS Abuse Institute, which is focusing specifically on resolving issues and bringing parties together from a nonprofit position to help address DNS abuse. We just came back from The Hague, which is, by the way, why my jet lag is not particularly bad, Emily, because I'm only 2 days back from The Hague, from your time zone. But we launched something called NetBeacon, which is a platform that is a common abuse reporting tool that was called for from papers such as those from the Internet and Jurisdiction, from ICANN, from the SSR2 report, as well as from the Security and Stability Advisory Committee's SAC 115, all called for a solution which was a common format for reporting and a common delivery mechanism where reports could be directed to the appropriate parties when abuse is reported. So the NetBeacon is an attempt to satisfy that need. And I'm proud to say that my company, Clean DNS, actually built it and licensed it to the NetBeacon at no cost to the DNS Abuse Institute. Additionally, I've been involved with ECO's Top DNS, which is also dealing with DNS abuse from the top of the stack at the registries all the way down to the hosting companies, trying to look for the cooperation between. And of course, Internet and Jurisdiction, which I already mentioned. But getting on to the actual the meat of the presentation, I'm going to do a bit of a flip on the topic, and I'm going to say that there's been a lot of work on defining, and as Emily said, there's been a lot of work that's does not need to be rehashed and reevaluated at this point. But to a certain extent, spending time defining abuse is a bit of a false flag, and I'll explain myself there because many of you are probably raising an eyebrow at that. But when you get to defining abuses and trying to put everything into a specific bucket of this is a fraud, this is a content issue, this is a DNS technical abuse, you get into a certain problem, which is you're not addressing the intent and you're not addressing the harm. And those are the two key points to resolving a DNS issue for the end users of the internet that are being harmed by DNS abuse. So what I'd like to discuss is that it's about the intent at the creation of the domain, which is one of the keys. So to me, it's intent plus evidence. So rather than defining the abuse, let's look at what is the evidence to demonstrate the intent for that domain to be used for an improper means that would actually damage or harm a consumer or an internet user. So we can look at the issue of malicious registration versus a compromised domain as a first key, right? A domain that's been around for years and has had a specific intent, whether that a purpose, whether that be for commerce, for information, for a blog, what have you, that suddenly gets onto lists as being registered for phishing, for malware, something else, or a botnet. That's a compromised domain. Someone has gotten access to the domain and turned its intent to something else. So yes, the issue is at what point in the stack between registries down to hosting companies is the appropriate party to resolve that abuse? Well, for a compromised domain, it's likely the hosting company. Sometimes it's the registrar, where there is the tools available to get hold of the person who's had their website compromised and have the abuse stopped, resolved. Resolved is one of those tricky words in English where resolve means two very different things when it comes to the resolution of a domain and the resolution of a problem. But let's just use the term now because I'm having difficulty finding another one in my mind. But if you have a malicious registration where the intent was to harm, and all that harm is documented and evidenced within the first couple of days, hours of the domain's registration, the impact to the domain holder of a more draconian act, such as a suspension of the domain itself, is very small. You know, the economic impact of a website that's been around for 2 days being suspended is significantly less than the potential getting it wrong on a compromised domain that may have been around for several years doing e-commerce or something else. Of course, we can always talk to the registry stakeholders groups and others that talk about the nuclear option of taking down a domain. But I'll argue that a malicious registration, where you can evidence the intent at registration or shortly thereafter, and we can have certain discussions. I know many of the parties in this group are having very open and honest discussions about what is the time frame to define a malicious registration. But for the intents, let's just call it 30 days. If it's within the first 30 days, it's never been used for something else, and you can evidence a malicious act, then acting upon it quickly through a domain suspension is really not going to be an issue, and fits within the terms of service of most registries and registrars within the GTLD structure, if not many of the CCTLD structures. But then the evidencing, it comes down to a standard, so that we're looking at what can be evidenced quickly that will allow the party, whether it be a registry, registrar, content delivery network, hosting company, to act upon that abuse and take the action on that domain. And that evidence can be, for example, if it's malicious, the recentness of its registration. You can have a screen capture of the landing page that shows what the abuse is. Phishing has a credential grab. Farming may have a grab for various personal information that could be used to do identity theft and a host of other harms. The timestamp, of course, then is important. You can work with things like evidence that the underlying infrastructure has been recently used for other types of malicious activity, indicating that it's a network that's being used in that way. Multiple redirects. There are all types of evidence packages. But for me, defining abuse comes down to what is the intent and what are the evidentiary points that will prove that intent, that will allow a registry, registrar, hosting company, or CDN to act upon the abuse. And that is really the big disconnect there's been between those that detect and find abuse, and many of them are private companies, public entities, law enforcement, and the community that deals with the actual registration of domains and websites, is that one group says, hey, it's bad, do something about it. And the other group says, I can't investigate and validate everything you throw at me because there are thousands a day. We need to come together and say, here's a common standard of definitions that are evidentiary points. And here is a common format wherein if you report it to me and you validate these points, we will act upon it quickly. And the further that we move down those tracks, the faster the abuse can be resolved, so that the ongoing nature of the abuse, the victimization, if you will, is reduced. So right now, and this is talked about in many of the papers and the groups I mentioned earlier, each party gives the next party in the chain 24 hours to respond to get it resolved. You can see how that adds up quickly to days. Ongoing abuse should not be taking days to take down. Clearly evidenced intent abuse should be hours. If that party can identify it, can put together an evidence pack, it should be very quick to resolve. And that's where the trust comes in. And there's a lot of discussions about trusted notifiers, but honestly, the trust comes from, to me, demonstration that you evidence accurately, often, so I can act upon that in good faith. And then the trust really comes in. You do that for a period of time, months, weeks, and then one time it's maybe there's 7 points to evidence phishing. And one time you come at me, well, I only have 6 out of the 7, but this one looks bad. That's where the trust comes in. Yes, I can agree with you that more than likely you don't have all the evidence point, but this is close enough that we can act upon it, versus here's a domain, it's bad, trust me, which doesn't work for almost anyone in the infrastructure community. So, just to summarize, standardization of evidence for the different types of abuse allows us to get beyond the problems we're having today, where we're stopped talking about whether it's content or not content, whether it's technical abuse or non-technical abuse. If, for example, it's a malicious registration and there's an evidence package that demonstrates the intent of this domain's registration was to do a fraud against internet users, and here's the proof that this fraud is being structured, and this is how it was done. It doesn't matter if it was content. It doesn't matter if it was what jurisdiction it's in. We can take those domains, we can resolve them quickly and mitigate the abuse. So I think I have said my piece.
Thank you
Emily.
very
I'll turn it
much,
back over to you.
And a very, very crisp and succinct summary of what sounds like a really impressive progress that you made, and congratulations on the NetBeacon project. I'm sure that others, including me, will want to ask you questions and delve more into the detail of it, but thank you very much. And I will now move to Peter van Roster, who can describe the situation from the perspective, particularly of the European CCTLD members of your organisation centre. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, and good morning, everyone. My name is Peter van Roster. I'm the General Manager of Centre. It's very nice to see you, even if we're virtually attending an EuroDIG meeting. I think it's this topic shows that the value of EuroDIG in providing a platform for this type of discussions is still unmatched. It's away from the operational day-to-day issues. It's away from the policy making and the intrinsic details of PDPs. So big thanks to the EuroDIG Secretariat as well to accommodate this type of exchange. While it is very tempting to already continue discussing some of the stuff that Jeff mentioned, I'm going to touch upon it in my brief intro as well, but I'll stick to my intro first, and then I'm pretty sure that we'll have plenty of time for discussion. So first of all, I'm representing Centre, and Centre is the organization for and by European CCTLDs. .be, .at, .de, .it, .eu. All European country codes are members of Centre. And in addition, we have a dozen from outside the European region, so it's not just restricted to EU. That is relevant because that gives me an overview of quite a diverse landscape. Different regulations, different local internet communities, different histories, different backgrounds. Some of my members are part of the government, others are academic institutions, others are not-for-profit organizations, typically with a multi-stakeholder board or advisory group that guides them through their policy development over the last 30 years. And if you look at where these 30 years have brought them, then you see, and we often say is that not one size fits all. Well, they are quite different. And as an association that is trying to get them together and once every 6 months draft a policy statement, I have plenty of illustration on how that diversity actually is visible in their policies. On the core of the matter here, defining DNS abuse and what are the consequences of definitions. It's clear that definitions are important. Poor definitions lead to lack of measurement, can also give an unrealistic expectation, or can set unrealistic expectations on where a problem should be solved, and we would find it very difficult to assess progress, in particular since this debate is a moving target. If we now look at DNS abuse definitions that include, for instance, the essential tools to support botnets, the algorithmically generated domains. 10 years ago, when we were already discussing the DNS abuse definition, these were not that much part of the problem as most people would have seen them. They already existed, but they did not show up in these debates. So it is a moving target. So definitions are important. They will need continued work to be effective and to allow us to measure progress. However, crucially, we believe, and I'll share a few examples soon, that we should not hold off on action until the definition would find broad support, especially not in an international environment. On a national level, it might even be easier, but in an international environment, that will be discussion that will be going on for quite some time. So we believe that people should roll up their sleeves and see what they can do on a national level. every actor has a range of opportunities and possibilities to deal with issues on their national level, or can contribute with knowledge on how to deal with issues on an international level. Good examples, and this goes across the stack, by the way. This is not just aimed at DNS registries or registrars, but if you look at the evolution that artificial intelligence brought to working with hashes in the fight against the CSAM, child sexual abuse material, also recognized recently in a statement. Oh, yes, I forgot the reference now. Apologies for that. If you look at the tools that closer to my heart, registries are using, whether it's Abuse, and maybe Same will touch upon that during her presentation. The EIDs that are being used already in Denmark, Estonia, the Netherlands, Czech Republic. Target collaboration with authorities, for instance, in the context of COVID in particular, where our French member AFNIC worked closely with their national health authorities to tackle the problem. So you see that there is more and more tools available to allow all participants within the stack, within the limits of their legal frameworks, to help out and contribute to solving the problem. We see a wide range of different initiatives, and already a few have been mentioned: Internet and Jurisdiction, the spectacular work that the DNS Abuse Institute is doing. They exist, what, Jeff, 1 year now? And they seem already have accomplished quite a few more things that a lot of industry actors, including some of the CCTLD community, have been doing in the last decade, probably. There is discussions in the context of EuroDIG. There is exchange of information in the context of the CCNSO. So there's a wide range of initiatives, and one of the things that we as CCTLD community would call for is do not splinter, but specialize, so that these initiatives keep on talking to each other, and it's very clear which one focuses on what. Then to wrap up, I do believe definitions matter because they establish a common understanding of the problem. They will allow us to address the problem effectively and to measure the progress. So in my view, DNS abuse should be limited to where DNS is the distinctive factor. But again, I want to take these two things apart. That does not mean that DNS industry cannot play a role in helping out addressing a broader problem. But when we're just talking about the definitions, DNS abuse, by its name, seems to indicate and will raise expectation that this is a problem that is specific to DNS. In terms of measurement, really good progress has already been made. I know, I mean, everybody is probably aware with the DAR reporting, the Commission's study on DNS abuse has a very detailed set of measurements included. And then I know the domain name, the DNS Abuse Institute is also working on a measurement tool. So we see lots of work already happening there, but we don't think we're there yet. The problem with measurement is that it requires obviously transparency, methodology, but also context. And to wrap up with the last example there, maybe going back to my algorithmically generated domains, if you can have even a closed TLD, GTLD, CCTLD, restricted to national, that doesn't matter, but a closed one, which from every perspective would look like a very clean zone that is almost not prone to abuse. I mean, the moment one of the malware tools used by criminals would allow or would generate domains to be used as drop-off points for their botnets. These domains don't even need to be registered, but they would start showing up in reputation lists and abuse feeds. And so you could have the irony that a closed domain would end up with hundreds of thousands of names in a reputation feed, giving a totally different and unhelpful perspective on its ability to fight abuse or not. So yes, definitions matter. No, they should not stop us from rolling up our sleeves in the meantime. And when we working on definitions, we should make sure that they give an accurate indication of where the problem can be solved most effectively.
Thank you very much, Peter, for those remarks. And your emphasis on definitions being important, but they because they do give this common understanding, and without them you can't really measure or manage expectations. But there is sort of a lot you can still do in the absence of full agreement on this. And that, I think, also echoes Jeff's points about the need to standardize certain terminology or forms of a framework for reporting, but lots of nice detail about the sort of different approaches in the CCTLD community, which I hope we can explore, and also the different approaches on measurement and the need for transparency and context. Again, that sort of echoing and supporting Jeff's points about the difference between something that's clearly been legitimate at some stage and compromised versus something that has been registered for the purposes of some kind of criminal activity, and the distinguishing between the two and how you approach managing those situations. So already a huge amount for us to unpack, and particularly a point I took away from your remarks, Peter, was this, the fact that we are still in a very moving environment. Techniques are evolving all the time. If we fix things too rapidly, we might end up tripping ourselves up in the future. So I hope we can come back to those points. It's now my great pleasure to introduce our speaker, our next speaker, Gemma Carolila from the European Commission. And of course, Gemma, recently your unit commissioned a study by the Fossano Institute on DNS abuse, taking quite a wide approach to defining the issue. And perhaps you can just give us a little bit of background on that, and obviously your contributions on this topic today. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Emily. Good morning, everybody. People connected online, and I see on site in Trieste. Also, I see people from my team present live. So it's a pleasure to be here again at EuroDIG, as every year, since the Commission is a very strong supporter of this forum, which provides very useful insights, as Peter just said. So I think I was very pleased by the two interventions that preceded me, because this give me very good hooks to connect to what they said in relation to the definition of DNS abuse, but also in relation to, of course, what can be possibly be done to curb DNS abuse. So first of all, this is why Commission procured the study on this topic. It's known, I think, since a few years that this is for us a very important policy issue, because of the acknowledgement that the reliable and secure DNS is essential to maintain the integrity of the internet. And of course, it's also part of our strong commitment from the European Union to contribute increasing the DNS security, which was expressed in the 2020 cybersecurity strategy, where DNS security is one key pillar of the internet security, resilience, and openness chapter. Now, the malicious activities that are linked to DNS, be those malicious registration of domain names, cybersecurity threats, as well as the distribution of illegal and harmful content, it's clear they can have a serious impact on the internet users. So this is a very important point stressed by Jeffrey. It's very important from our side to look at the side of those who are harmed by DNS abuse. We have a strong engagement in this topic, and this is due to several actions. The Commission has a long-standing engagement in ICANN, in particular as part of the GAC and PSWG, of course, the Public Safety Working Group. There are also several regulatory policy frameworks that apply to specific aspects of DNS abuse, I mean, not to DNS abuse as a whole, but target elements, for example, related to the cybersecurity of the DNS operators, with the NIS directive now being reviewed, NIS 1 and so-called NIS 2. But there are also other policy initiatives related to IPR infringements, such as the EU Toolbox Against Counterfeiting and more. Now, the study that we procured served for us, we procured this in 2020 to gain some more in-depth understanding of the characteristics as well as the magnitude of the phenomenon, but also to get some more insight into the existing good practices. Some of them were mentioned by both Jeffrey and Peter already. The idea is that this study is already feeding into the discussion that we're having in the EU and beyond. Of course, ICANN is one of the most relevant places, but the discussion is not limited to ICANN. To see what we can contribute with the recommendations of the study to the efforts from the community to improve existing policies and practices to prevent and fight DNS abuse. As regards the issue of the definition, I fully concur with Peter that it is important to have, if not a definition, a problem statement. If there is something you want to solve, it's better you know what it is. But definition, and I'm connecting to what Jeffrey said, surely is not a mean in itself. It's not is a mean to an end. Cannot be the sole focus of the discussion. And this we have seen over the years has hampered a bit progress at times on the actions to be taken. So the study from the Fasano law firm and the Grenoble Institute, they adopt a broad definition. This is a working definition. I think it's important to highlight that because in times where there is a series of regulatory measures overall being proposed, some of them touching upon the issue of DNS abuse, there is always concern about whether some definition would feed into legal proposals. But I'm really referring to what is a working definition. The broad definition the study takes is that any activity that makes use of domain names of the DNS protocol to carry out harmful or illegal activity. This is very broad indeed, but it helps capturing the blurring lines between different types of abuse. But also it's very important, we have heard about the different actors involved. If we look at the TLD chain, in a way, there are several actors involved, and there is also an increasing sort of, we could call it vertical integration in the sector, because in some cases, the entities offering registration services are the same offering hosting services. It's also the case for some registries providing registrar services. But overall, beyond these strong links between the actors involved, it is very often not easy to make a clear distinction between the technical versus the content-related threats. Because, for example, there are cases of maliciously registered domain names. This was one key point made by Jeffrey at the beginning. For example, use of fake website requesting access to credentials that are also used to distribute illegal or abusive content. Or we have a phishing of credentials and trademark infringements at the same time. And in this case, the key question is that who is the best placed to react? So it's important to consider that it's not an issue to have a broad definition. if you then have a detailed breakdown of what activities feed into definitions. And in this case, with a detailed breakdown, it's easy to go into measurement, because this is what an important element raised by Peter as well. We find, and this was used in the categorization of DNS abuse in the study, very important to distinguish the domain names that are maliciously registered versus those that are compromised. Because this also helps not only to identify the actor who is best placed to intervene as first, but also it helps to identify what practices are most useful, because we can have preventive measures, we could have curative measures once the abuse has occurred. And in relation to the maliciously registered domain names, the issue of who is data and the accuracy of such data is key. From the study of the commissioned by us, by the European Commission, we got feedback that the data linked to malicious activities are nearly always false. And also that in case for what concerns the percentage of some categories of the abuse, the vast majority of spam and botnet, they are coming from domain names that are maliciously registered. So in this case, the part related to the prevention, the parts that relates to ensuring that abusive registration are avoided, that there is accuracy of domain name registration data, this is really key. The study, of course, I mean, this is not for me to present the technical details, but does provide, I can of course provide and gladly provide the link for everybody who has not seen it to read it. But it got a very broad scope in terms of objectives, so to find the characteristics, the magnitude, identify the current good practices and possible gaps. But it was supported by very robust research with real-time measurements, surveys with a lot of stakeholders involved, interviews, workshops, and they made real-time measurements over 3 months. What I would like to say that in terms of the magnitude that came from as a result of the study, it seemed clear that the new generic top-level domains, the new GTLDs, which are a small part of the market, in proportion, so in relation to their part of the market, they are the most abused. But at the same time, that not all the new GTLDs suffer from the DNS abuse to the same extent. So, for example, the 2 most abused new GTLDs account for over 40% of the case of abuses. So this also helps identifying that in some cases, more targeted actions are needed. And we are quite proud to see that the European CCTLDs are by far the least abused in absolute terms and also relative to their overall size. One thing that I want to say, I haven't heard so much so far. So among the good practices in mitigating the abuse, this was mentioned before, the key issue of collaboration across the TLD chain, but in particular collaboration with law enforcement authorities and the trusted notifiers. This is a shared good practices, both across the GTLDs and the CCTLDs. This can be required by the legislation. We have our case of our .eu registry, where there is requirement to cooperate with the law enforcement authorities, but of course then the details of such cooperation are left to the judgment of the registry and their agreements with involved actors. But there are many good cases of initiatives of cooperation between the registries and these authorities. Now, what also emerges that while all the GTLDs need to follow the ICANN consensus policies and they fulfill the same obligations, some of them still have a more proactive approach. This is important to flag. So there is a baseline, and then there are very good cases that should be brought to the attention of other operators in contrasting malicious activities in their TLDs. So these refer to technical and contractual measures. and also improving the transparency of abuse handling mechanisms. As regards the contractual measures, considering the amount of actors that are involved in the TLD chain, it is really important that whether this is mandated by some law or it's part of a contractual agreement at the ICANN level, that these requirements are translated into the agreements across the TLD chain, because of course it's not sufficient to have some just, I would say, broad requirements at the very top of the chain, if then there are not specific requirements gone down to the TLD chain. And also it came out very important, in particular in relation to so-called technical type of abuse, the adoption of key security standards. This is an element which we are investigating also besides the study on DNS abuse. The Commission has an agreement with our joint research center. We are studying the level of adoption of key security internet security standards and protocols across the whole EU, irrespective of the sector, so not only the DNS. But this is very important to curb the technical DNS abuse, both to adopt key security internet standards and also state-of-art cybersecurity risk management. And I would like to conclude by saying that irrespective of the definition taken, and some of these, I mean, it's reflected in contracts, for example, be it at the ICANN level of the registrar agreements that some registries have in place. There are very good examples of registries that act on the content as well. .eu is one of them as regards some also recent initiatives that they have. But there are many. I have seen also that in the peer agreements, there is also reference to concept of abusive conduct, which refers to content as well, even if this is not linked to the core business. This is done through verification of complaints or the cooperations with the law enforcement authorities and the trusted notifiers. Therefore, it is not necessarily, in our opinion, from the European Commission, to see that the narrow definition supports DNS actors in the sense that they are the only operators that are involved. DNS operators, as well as others, in some cases they belong to the same family, as I said at the beginning. The hosting service providers very often are registrars as well. But it's important that everybody plays the role they can to curb the DNS abuse, without the need to have a very strict boundary, and especially considering that speed is of essence, it's important in the agreement and in the cooperation across the TLD chains that those who can act very fast are the first in line. But this needs really to be formally agreed. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to have malicious domain names up for days, as it was mentioned before, when actions needs to be taken within hours. So this was the gist of my intervention. I'm happy to answer questions, but most of all to listen to what others have to contribute.
Very much, Gemma, for that very broad overview. And yeah, it's a very interesting point that sort of, as you know, the ongoing negotiations for the cybercrime treaty within the UN are having similar, you know, these are not exactly the same, but similar difficulties, saying, well, what's our scope for this? Is it cyber enabled or is it cyber dependent? And that, you know, the remarks from the three speakers so far makes me think, well, DNS abuse could have those sort of different type of issues where if you take the DNS out of it, have you still got something there? Or, you know, do we take a very narrow view? But what I'm taking away from what you're saying is, you know, there is a lot of good practice that can be brought to bear, that the number of actors involved depends, and hosting providers have been mentioned by you and several others. Accuracy of data is really important, and of course, you know, surprise, surprise, where there's criminal activity, often the data isn't that accurate in the first place. But what are the links between abusive type of behavior, criminality, and lack of uptake of key security standards? And from the findings of your report, what is it about these two most registered new GTLDs that has been a magnet for that sort of abusive behavior? I hope that we get the chance to explore those issues. But I think you've also teed up our next speaker very nicely with your remarks there, Gemma, because you were saying that it's not always appropriate to draw very strict boundaries around the DNS, because content has some kind of impact, and other speakers have made this point too. One aspect that we don't tend to talk about in our DNS type of discussions is disinformation, which has been really animating the policy community for 5 or more years. And I'm very pleased to welcome a noted expert in that field, Lisa Maria Neudert, who I've had the pleasure of collaborating with on studies at Oxford Internet Institute. Lisa Maria, from perhaps you could just reflect on how little or how much the DNS is really a bright fire for the policy research community, as well as findings of relevant studies that you've been involved in. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Emily. Welcome, everyone. My name is Lisa Maria Neudert. I'm a researcher at the Oxford Internet Institute. I am also currently doing a fellowship with the Weizenbaum Center in Berlin, and today I'm joining from Berlin. I will speak a little bit about findings of a relatively recent study. I've just dropped a link in the chat for your reference. That we've produced the OII together with the Oxford Information Labs. Authors on this are also Emily Taylor, Professor Philip Howard of the Oxford Internet Institute, and Stacey Hoffman. And what we tried to do there was really have a think more about how the DNS also relates to the content layer, and specifically, of course, disinformation. We did this study in 2020, so we sort of got inspired to do this at the beginning of the pandemic, where we saw more disinformation that was relating to COVID-19, also, of course, relating increasingly to anti-vax and vaccine misinformation popping up all over the web. And what really inspired us is that we at the Oxford Internet Institute, our team has a list of domains that we have monitored for a long time already. These are domains that have been highlighted by fact-checking organizations to contain misinformation. These are domains that we have extensively published on, and so have others. And it was the same group of domains that we saw becoming active again in the disinformation space when it came to COVID mis and disinformation. And so we were wondering, like, on a domain level, how do these misinformation domains compare to other credible sources of news and information? So what we did in the study is we started with a set of 830 domains. On the one hand, we had domains that were publishing credible news and information. So these were, on the one hand, your big legacy publishers, but also smaller local news organizations. And then on the other hand, we had what we are referring to as junk news domains. So domains that are essentially pushing false narratives, misinformation and disinformation. And here specifically also, we're looking into ones that have become active on COVID-19. And what we then did was we investigated domain authority, did a backlink analysis, and also looked at the markup that was used by these sites. So markup is essentially what sites do to optimize, for example, for when they want to be embedded in the Facebook app or for Google search, but also for advertising. So first we were looking into the domain authority. And here I think the surprising finding was when we were comparing the professional news sites against the misinformation sites, we actually found that both of them, so both sets of these domains, were achieving excellent scores when it came to domain authority. 82% of these junk news sources, so known sources that are known to purport news, false news and false information, had 82% of them had excellent scores when it came to domain authority, which of course means they have high visibility, they have excellent search engine optimization performance, and can be really easily located on the web, despite having been reported by numerous fact-checking organizations, by numerous universities as being disseminators, distributors of junk news. In the next step, we performed a backlink analysis. Here we were really looking into the amount of backlinks that junk news pages compared to professional news pages were receiving. So for the average junk news site in our sample, it received about 16 million backlinks, so a really substantial amount. But compared to professional news sites, these received 3.4 billion backlinks. So on the one hand, we can see backlinks, there are substantial backlinks leading into junk news sites, but if we're looking to our top professional news sites, they are dwarfing backlinks. Next, what we did a little bit with a couple of the junk news domains is we did a spot check analysis of where these backlinks were coming from. We draw up one interesting example in the report that I also want to speak about today, which is the domain frontpagemac.com. It's a known far-right and anti-Islam page. And what we noted there is that a lot of the backlinks coming to that page were actually coming from .gov domains and .edu sites. We then looked into, we were surprised to see that, of course. Well, why would .gov and .edu sites link to a known junk news site? But what we discovered then is that often this page was quoted as a non-credible source, but the credible domains would use the entire domain and link it. So for example, we found research, including from the University of Oxford, linking to Front Page Mac and saying, this page has been found to propagate far-right and anti-Islam content. Here's the history of this page. Beware of this page, unknowingly really boosting the visibility and the authority of this page by a .edu site, lending it its credibility. The last step that we did is we did a brief ad analysis. So here we wanted to know, basically we're following a follow the money approach. How do junk news lists and junk news web pages actually receive income? And here, unsurprisingly, we found that 80% of pages were using ads. We then also looked into what type of ads were being used, and here we found that 61% were using Google ads. Adobe ads also were found to be relevant. So here again, I think something that has been well covered in the research space by now. Advertising is the most important source of income for many junk news domains. That is well established. And we have a system of advertising, programmatic advertising, that is really making possible junk news at scale. So to sum up, what we found here is really that junk news domains can compete with professional news domains in a lot of different territories when it comes to domain authority, when it comes to backlink authority, also when it comes to advertising. These pages, even though they're content is junk news. Look, when we're just looking at the metrics of domain authority, of backlinks, look very much like mainstream credible news pages. Which makes it very hard to distinguish them on a metric basis. And the other thing that was very interesting that we found, of course, is how many pages are unknowingly boosting the visibility, the search engine performance of these pages by linking to them. So by essentially not having a grip, not having an understanding of how things like domain authority work. And we think that was back then also one of our big policy recommendations. We would hope there would be more of an understanding within really anyone who's curating a web page behind these, very established protocols and mechanisms behind content, behind domains on the internet.
Thank you very much, Lisa Maria. Fascinating run through of that study and the linkages with the DNS. And Regina Fusova from EuroDIG and I were recently in the Czech Republic and heard a presentation from an expert at Semantic Visions who was looking at disinformation relating to the Ukraine invasion, and part of their analysis also highlighted, some repeat offender websites, if you like, and that was again a very similar type of approach to the one that you've described in this study. So there are linkages. This isn't something that is often front and central to the DNS type of debates, but it just highlights the difficulties of drawing bright lines around content issues, because not surprisingly, the DNS is linking up everything and enabling people to find resources on the internet. So we have our final speaker now. I'm very pleased to introduce Sameh Manai also from EuroDIG, who can talk about voluntary actions by registries, and then we will open the floor to your questions. If you would like to take the floor, can I ask you to raise your hand using the raise hand function, and we will come to you after Sameh's opening remarks are concluded. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Sameh Manai, and I am a data scientist at EuroDIG. So today I will give a short overview on the practical processes and tools that we are building and using at EuroDIG to proactively address unlawful behavior in the domain name space and make the DNS a better place. So first, I joined Peter regarding his point of view, saying there is no need waiting for discussions to wrap up before helping out. We believe that action should be taken to address DNS abuse issues. And at EuroDIG, we already have taken voluntary steps towards DNS abuse prevention. We believe that information security is a fundamental building block of our business. And in order to provide secure and high quality services to our customers, both in our technical operations and business processes, EuroDIG has implemented several abuse prevention services and also follows the ISO 27001 security standard. So how we fight abuse at EuroDIG? So first, we have enforced key security protocols such as DNSSEC, and this helps to reduce the chance that visitors are led to fake websites. We also developed other related services to provide added protection to those domains names, like log services and DNS quality score, through which registrants can check the quality level of their DNS for improved and more secure domain name performance. On the other hand, we believe that the provision of accurate and up-to-date data is an increasingly important tool in combating fraudulent domain name use. And this is the reason why ensuring the quality of the data we have for registrants and that we publish in our WHOIS database has been key objective for EuroDIG since the early days of the .eu top-level domain. But we also think that these actions can be successful only with the full support of our registrars and registrants. And by working together with them, we aim to continually improve our data quality and make the .eu namespace trusted and safe. So practically, we have started our WHOIS quality project to check our WHOIS lookup facility and fix any possible inaccuracies. So web-based WHOIS data is useful and even mandatory for a variety of purposes. And these include carrying out inquiries by consumer protection and other law enforcement authorities, identifying the source of spam email, developing actions to safeguard intellectual property rights, and addressing cyber attacks. In the same context of data quality, we implemented a project called Know Your Customer. And the purpose of this project is to enable domain name holders from the European Union and the European Economic Area to confirm their registration data in an automated manner using one of the available methods at their disposal. And this service expedites the verification process of registration data and lighten the administrative burden for domain name holders. So it's a simple and automated way of verifying our data, and which will allow an easy way of weeding out incompleteness or incorrect registrations. We also combat malicious registration by actively screening newly registered domain names and work closely with the law enforcement authorities like EU IPO or YP Center to fight cybercrime. And for this reason, at EuroDIG, we developed an abuse prevention and early warning system, which we called also ABUSE, which is an innovative and award-winning methodology based on evaluating patterns of domain name registration using artificial intelligence. So ABUSE predicts whether a domain name may potentially be used in an abusive manner very early before even its delegation. So if the system identifies a registered domain name as being potentially linked to abuse, its delegation to the .eu zone file is delayed, and its status in the web-based WHOIS shows as server hold. So the domain name is registered. However, any service linked to it, such as email or any other service, will not function until our verification procedure is complete. And then EuroDIG manually reviews all domain names whose delegation is delayed by ABUSE. And in that case, the domain name holder is required to confirm their registration data and to submit evidence. The review process may lead to the delegation of the domain name to the .eu zone file or to its suspension. So should the domain name is delegated, it becomes active and functional, or if the domain name is suspended, it will not become active or functional. So yeah, I wanted to give just a short overview of our tools to prevent abuse. And at the end, we try to combine all these tools to increase the barrier for fraudsters. We still continue investigating new techniques because our key objective is to identify abuse very early and take action as early as possible to prevent it. So thank you for your attention. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Same, thank you so much for taking us through that, and a variety of measures there implemented that you've highlighted in your remarks. I'm now opening the floor for questions, for comments, for interventions from our other experts who are participating in this. So I'm very happy to have any questions and comments. I'm not seeing any hands up, so come on everyone. Oh, thank you very much, Laurie. I think we've heard enough from me for now, so I'm going to move straight to you. Laurie, please take the floor, and thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Emily. This is sort of a mixture of a comment and a question, and it goes to, I think, almost every intervention made by the speakers. I do want to thank Oxford and PIR and EuroDIG for really leading the way and center for so many good conversations about where we head here and now that we're here, and also to the EU Commission for taking a very bold step in commissioning the comprehensive study that was done by Faisano and the University of Grenoble. I think it is, whether people agree or disagree with some of the outcomes, I think having the data in all one place with concrete suggestions of how to move forward, including a working definition, has been extremely helpful to the conversation. So I want to preface all of this. And I tend to very much agree, particularly with Jeff, about this idea that if we get fixed on a definition, perhaps we're overlooking sort of broader problems, things that we can count on today. But I do have to say this, that I also agree, though, without having a definition from a policy advocacy perspective, it's very difficult to argue about what should be done next and why. And I think this is an area that my constituency, which is the intellectual property constituency, has had real problems with, quite frankly, in terms that there have been groups working on it. I know the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network has been front and center in evolving definitions. And then once those definitions are evolved, we're told as a community, well, this is what we're going to work with. Even PIR's own DNS Abuse Institute, which INTA does support, has come out with statements as we're not going to talk about definitions anymore. But if definitions are narrow, and definitions leave out whole aspects of abuse, then I think it is worthy to talk about a definition. And I will also say from my end, these definitions were formulated. Now, I'm not talking specifically about the EU study, that was a little different, but on what was done with the Domain Abuse Institute, the voluntary framework, what was done at the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network. These discussions were had without including all stakeholders in the room. I know specifically the IP community because I've always been very curious in the industry-led definitions why cyber squatting was left out, when in fact cyber squatting was one of the first methodologies of abuse, which we actually have found a remedy in terms of the UDRP. So we know we can identify harms and we know we can identify remedies. And I would have loved to have seen that included in some of the more concrete definitions where actual modalities of abuse have been called out. I know from my own organization's perspective, by not having a definition, it's been difficult to advocate. Because when we come out and criticize a definition for not being as inclusive as we would like, then we get back, well, what's your definition? So for that purpose alone, we will very soon, I think, be coming out with our own definition for advocacy purposes. And hopefully it will encompass what we've discussed today about intent and harm. That if we take a legalistic view about intent, and we take a very pragmatic look about harm and particularly harm when it results in damages, real damages, that is a place where we can all perhaps come together. So I tend to agree that definitions are good for advocacy. I think definitions are absolute if you're going to enact regulation. But in terms of being able to go to providers and say, here's a documented harm, here's how we document intent, that differentiating between malicious, non-malicious, content, non-content, agree can in fact just be a red herring, a waste of time, when what we're trying to do at the very end of the day, which we all agree on, is to avoid consumer harm.
Laurie, thank you very much for that. And I have another question, I think, from the room at EuroDIG, which is wonderful. I'm going to come to you next. But as we wait for our speakers to sort of formulate their responses to your question, I think it's true to say that all of us are carrying around quite a bit of scar tissue over the last few years of trying to reach consensus on these definitions. And you know, we're really thinking about, well, how can we establish common ground? We hope that with sort of orthogonal processes like this dynamic coalition, we can actually bring people together in a safe space to actually explore the pain points where things are falling down, and also hopefully think about common ground. So thank you very much for making that comment and for taking the floor. I'm now going to give the floor to a speaker from the room. Very exciting to have our in-person attendees also participating. And then Jeff, I'm going to come back to you for a comment. Thank you. Please, the floor is yours.
Can I just speak? Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. If I can unmute myself to say, yes, we can hear you. Yes, that's great. Please go ahead. And if you identify yourself as well, because we can't see you so well because the picture's quite small.
Absolutely. Well, my name is Jennifer Chung. I work for a generic top-level domain, .asia. I'm actually out of my region right now. This is my first EuroDIG participation in person. So I really appreciate being here and listening to the conversation. I also very much appreciate the range of inputs, and especially from the perspectives of the speakers that have already presented. Of course, from Jeff, Clean DNS and NetBeacon being part of the industry. I mean, everything that we're doing that is more than our contractual obligations in our ICANN contracts is something registries take very seriously. I do also appreciate the chart that our EuroDIG presenter showed. It is actually quite, I mean, I guess a lot of the work that registries do, especially GTLDs, I can't speak for any of the CCs, is not really, you know, so open and transparent and to show everybody what is going on. I think a lot of the conversation around DNS abuse kind of misses sometimes the point that the industry is working very hard to do better. A lot of the GTLDs are part of the NetBeacon efforts, and there is already a definition, at least working definition, that we do as contracted parties to ICANN, that we have in our contracts that we enforce, and we enforce more than that. And I think it's really important to remember, yes, definitions are important, but that should not stop us from working to make sure illegal contents and other things are not part of the DNS zone. And then finally, another point that was brought up by several speakers, I believe, in the presentations is the differentiation between maliciously registered and compromised domains. I think particularly the point about if you know how this, where this abuse occurs and why this abuse occurs, then you'll be able to find the correct people to address it. And I think that's very important when we're talking about it, because there is some conflation still on what is abuse, what is DNS abuse, what is content abuse. And I think we can argue and talk about it until the cows come home, but the reality is we need action being taken, and we need action being taken by the right people, the right authorities. And sometimes knowing that as a registry, our hammer is very blunt. What we do, we will take off the entire domain, and sometimes that is not the correct remedy for the harm that is currently there. And I think a lot of us already appreciate that, and I think a lot of us are working towards keeping illegal content and abuse off of the internet. The most important point really is to trying to find the right people to address the harms and not go to, different parties that may not be able to address the harms in the correct way. And I guess the final thing I do want to say is I appreciate this conversation very much. It's very interesting seeing it from the European perspective. We don't really have the EC or European Parliament or that in the Asia Pacific. So it's much harder when we're looking at legislation, when we're looking at remedies, when we're looking at all kinds of ways to combat DNS abuse. It is a lot more scattered. So I applaud your efforts and I'm very happy to be part of this conversation. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you so much for making that intervention. And although I'm in no way part of the EuroDIG organisers, I'd like to welcome you to EuroDIG, and just it's wonderful to have your presence from the Asia Pacific region and your participation in these conversations. Now, I know that Jeff wanted to have the floor to respond to some of these remarks, but I would also really encourage other participants to raise their hand and just say something, even if it's not a direct follow-on from what the speakers have spoken about, but just something that you want to raise to bring into the conversation. Please raise your hand. We would naturally all be sitting around the same table if we were in the same room. So I'm looking forward to further input from you. And meanwhile, let's hear from Jeff. And if any of the other speakers want to take the floor, please raise your hands as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. So I just wanted to respond in part to Lori about what she was saying as far as intellectual property and the issues. An example I can share is recently my team was doing some research into farming, the PH version of farming. And this is one of those intent versus definition problems. And I encourage anybody that has the time and has access to Google to go ahead and Google the term farming and see how many different definitions are out there. The problem with the definitions of farming are there's very little about the intent. Most of the definitions are about the mechanism. For example, many of them will say farming is when there is DNS cache poisoning to redirect a browser session to somewhere it wasn't meant to go. Problem is, it's really hard to evidence DNS cache poisoning. However, the intent of farming is to take a consumer from one place they believe they're going, take them somewhere else they weren't intending to going, and then to farm data out of them, some of their personal information, answer to questions, surveys, things that will basically gather information that can be used against them as far as some type of fraud. So it's one of those situations where the definition clearly, to Lori's point, to my earlier point about intent and harm, let's define around the intent and harm and the evidence that the intent and harm was happening, and then we can act upon things. For example, with the intellectual property community, much of the farming that's done is scamvertising. They are using the legitimate trademarks and marks and logos of other companies to make the consumer believe they're going to someplace that actually is going to result in getting a product or information or a gift card from one of those entities. So the intellectual properties owners' information is being misused as part of a fraud. But in current definitions of content and current definitions of farming, those two have been disconnected. It's content, it's got a logo in it, so it's content, so it's not something that can be acted upon, versus it's actually a fraud with the intent to defraud using someone's mark without their permission. Thus, it's a fraud. It doesn't matter that the intellectual property is in there, but the intellectual property's owner is being victimized just as badly reputationally as the person who's getting the fraud perpetuated on them. So back to you, Emily.
Thank you very much for that, Jeff. I've got Laurie wants the floor again. I've got a comment in the chat from Galaxy Tab A. I don't know if you can get to a microphone to raise your point, Galaxy Tab A. I've also, Laurie, how about I come to Gemma first and then you, if we're not going to hear from that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Thank you. Just Galaxy Tab A is saying in the chat, very important issue for risks for e-health, UNIGFDC, DDTHT. Galaxy Tab A, do you want to take the floor? Sorry, I don't know your name. Maybe you can give me your real name.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. And I briefly saw you as well. So why don't you pop your camera back on and then we can all see you.
Okay, so my name is Amali De Silva Mitchell. I'm a coordinator for the United Nations IGF Dynamic Coalition on Data-Driven Health Technologies. So we are obviously very interested in data collection and how it's managed. So I just want to say you just brought up a very excellent point. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. That's very welcome. And I understand from Sophie that we have another question from the room. So why don't we take that and then I'll come back to you, Gemma.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
My name is Werner Staub. I work for Core Association, service provider running a number of community-based registries. We also run registration channels. So we have quite a bit of experience with all aspects of domain abuse, including domains we take down. And of course, one of the observations that is, something increasingly evident over the last couple of years is that we see a very, very small amount of the actual abuse taking place. And we see that the sophistication of the abusers has increased dramatically. So they currently use domain names on an hourly basis. They rent them somehow. They're not even owners of those domains. They use an ecosystem to get a domain. Then once somebody clicks on that domain, I could observe that myself, they don't necessarily present the bad payload to that person. They first redirect the domain to a probe, so to speak, to check if that user is really vulnerable. Then that's going to be redirecting again to a different probe, which is part of an ecosystem, to check again from another aspect if that person is really vulnerable. And if they figure out that this is probably a vulnerable person, maybe the intended one, then they will deliver the bad payload. And if they're not sure, they just send some innocent context about weight loss, language learning, or something that's nothing to do with the actual targeting information that was originally presented. The targeting information comes in other worlds than the domain name world. And probably the domain name itself is not even important. They use domain names that have some kind of a reputation already, or maybe they just have, depending on the strategy, domain names that have been available. Anyway, for the stuff that I've seen outside of our own activities, most of the domain names that I saw that were abuses, they're still around a year later. Nobody could even bother to take them down. Nobody who much knew about anything would be able to make a complaint or do anything about those domains. Now, I'm very happy that we're actually taking, action in domain abuse, and I see that we're making progress. However, I also see fatigue. The fatigue comes, some people say, well, oh, there's domain abuse, it's exaggerated as a problem. It is not as big as it really sounds, which is not true, but I can understand that many people feel that way because it is very easy to be totally shielded from the effects. Typical, literate users will hardly see them. You have to get out of your way to see them, and you have to imagine that many of the domain names that are actually discovered have been deliberately sacrificed by the botnet operators to figure out where the probes are. So they know that here's a security probe, there's a security probe. They know those IP numbers, or subnets of IP numbers used for the probes. So the probe is not going to find much of the abuse actually being committed. So this brings me to the last element, which I say, as a call for action. It is really important to do what we do, but we should include in the domain abuse discussion all discussions about transparency and additional efforts, such as certifications or efforts by the registries, such as what some of the explanations we heard from EuroDIG. All the stuff that is being done to make sure that the given domain cannot be used or cannot possibly be the mechanism for domain abuse in the first place.
Thank you very much. Great points. Gemma has her hand raised, and then we have actually less than 4 minutes left. So what I would do is, after we hear from you, Gemma, can I just quickly revert to our panel members and say, to ask you in 30 seconds, no more than 30 seconds, what one thing do you think your organization, your community might do to improve matters, to improve cooperation in this space. But first, let's hear from you, Gemma. Thank you for raising your hand.
Thank you, Emily, and I will use my 30 seconds in this space. So I wanted to react to what I heard. We all seem to agree that perhaps we should stop arguing about definitions. So this is very good. It seems also clear that nobody's arguing that content checks are the core business for DNS operators, but they can still act upon it based on notifications, based on even some registries have proactively measures to check content. Everybody seems to agree that child sexual abuse material is important enough to be dealt by anyone who can take action, or this is the same for intellectual property rights. Recently, we had the cases of lots of abuse around COVID, which is, again, this is health-related issues. These are important enough for people to be alerted and intervene. And this is why, from our side, we are kind of hammering on the prevention. So what we found from the good practices that are around, that most registries work to automated check-in procedures for prevention. Some of these are risk assessment based, some are manual checks, but most of them, they have automated check-in procedures for prevention. All the registries that are identified as across the board the good practices, then we can discuss what specifically good practice mean, have requirements concerning accuracy in their contracts with the registrars. All of them, they have obligations for the registrars to act within a time frame, which is also very important. Speed is of the essence. And this also includes the possibility for registries to step in where the registrar failed to agree. So once again, good cooperation, clear and transparent agreements between across the chain, and also transparency vis-a-vis who's on the outside who wants to help, on whom to contact, how to contact them, how to access the data. And this needs to happen very fast in most cases. We cannot afford to have maliciously domain name both registered or compromised up for 10 days, 30 days, 1 year. So I think
you very much.
Kind of a conclusion we can get.
Okay, we're now into kind of minus time for the speaker's 30-second conclusions, but let's bear with it and give everybody just a brief final word. Can I start with you, Samir, from EuroDIG, on it can either be a change or something that you're going to do more of in order to improve the situation?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, at the internal organizational level, I would say, as mentioned during my presentation, we are continually investigating new techniques and new tools to improve, available in this topic and improve our, we are also working on improving our existing tools. Otherwise, I also think that at EuroDIG, we believe strongly in cooperation and collaboration in this topic with other parties, and we already started in the past such cooperation with some internet registries, and we are still convinced that we have to go in this path.
Thank you very much for that. Lisa Maria, very quick final thought from you, and then I'll go to Peter and then finally Jeff. Thank you.
So I'll share an example of something that we did on the micro level, which is we looked at our own webpage where we're often talking about junk news sources, and looked through all of the publications to make sure that none of us actually had linked the pages like we found in the backlink example. And we also spoke to some of our colleagues in other departments raising awareness about this. It's something very simple, but yet we found it being a common practice in .edu and .gov email domains.
Thank you very much. Very practical step there, Lisa Maria. Peter.
I think as center, we have the richness of different approaches in our community at our fingertips. Some work, some don't. But as center, I think we can commit to even more liberally sharing the success stories to help move forward discussions outside Europe in different contexts.
Great. Thank you very much. Jeff.
I'd say in a summary is cross-stack cooperation, getting the entire infrastructure working together on standardization is really the next level. We do have the nice coordination points between Center and ICANN and others at the registry level and the registrars. But when it comes to hosting providers, there really is a lot of work to do to find a way to get them on the same common framework, talking together about the issues of abuse. I'm sure most of them wouldn't even understand the term DNS abuse as applies to the problems they have, because they're getting all types of abuses reported to them all the time that have to be reacted to based on local jurisdictions, as well as all types of other phenomena. So cross-stack cooperation is really the next stage.
Great, and thank you for such positive final comments, everybody, and for your engagement today. We're a couple of minutes over, so I'm not going to do a great big long summary. You'll be relieved to hear, only to say thank you to all of you, and particularly our wonderful speakers who've taken such diverse views of this topic. I hope that we can continue to nudge forward in this spirit of cooperation within the Dynamic Coalition. Thank you all for attending this session, and have a great rest of your day, evening, night, whatever it happens to be. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
You want to take a hike?
Oh my God. I don't know, up, down, around.
Yeah, I'm wearing a suit tomorrow.
The hill climb,
Wait, yeah, no, I was adjusting.
Hi, organizers, can you hear me?
Now you should be able to hear us.
Yes, thank you. I think we'll just wait a few minutes just to see if a few others will join us.
Yeah, I think that would be a good plan.
Okay.
We are just now. Hi, Amalie. This is Rainer. We are just now in the process to make all people that should speak according to your plans co-hosts, so that they are able to unmute and mute themselves.
Okay, I'm on two devices. I'm also on Galaxy Tab. If you could make that a host as well, please, that'd be appreciated.
You are in the session with multiple devices?
I had to, yes, because I'm moving, so I had to do that. Yes. Yeah.
We need to see if we find you multiple times, because in the list you are only one time.
Only one time, yes.
Yes.
DRP thinks is a email address that I'm coming in now, but oh right, I'm using the same one. So okay, two devices, same email.
That probably should not work, or will not work. Not entirely sure. You do not really need to log in with the email address. You can just use the link we did send you.
Yes.
That would be more easy for you. Then you have.
Yes, yeah, I'm on my mobile phone doing that right now. So yes, thank you. I'll stick with that. Thank you.
But really, the best thing would be to use the link we did send to all participants, and you would also have it, and just reconnect with your other device using the same link, and then you will be fine.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And please,
okay, thank you.
Please, when you connect with the other device, make sure you have a name. If you are in your phone and you can't rename yourself, tell me which name you want me to set up.
It'll be Galaxy. It'll be called Galaxy Tab.
Okay. I will rename you to the same name I see here, and I'll put second device. Or
okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you so much.
Have a good session.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
My fingers crossed. You can go and have some breakfast.
Yeah, we'll do one-on-one.
Not breakfast, but lunch. Yeah. It will be served in packages, so you can easily take this.
Oh, I can so. Oh, I can so get this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah. Do you do this?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're comfortable?
I don't know what's going on.
I think you two need to decide when you will start.
It will take a few minutes, and then you probably will get the signal to start. Or Amalie will just do it.
Yeah. Amalie, you can let us know when you're ready.
I'm just going to give 2 minutes more, and then we'll start, please.
Unmute then, and
Alex, just talking to Alex, if Alex can hear me. Alex, do you have my slides by any chance? I know this would put you on the spot at the last minute. Or Frederick, do you have the slides?
I don't, Amalie, I'm sorry. I remember sending you an email about them a few days ago, asking if you could send them across.
Oh, okay. It came about 10 days ago. Okay, no worries. Frederick, any chance you have them?
I don't have it in there, sorry.
Okay. So I'll work without it. Okay. It may just be a very small group. I'm thinking here.
can also do it on screen.
So I think it looks actually almost like ourselves, but why don't we start actually, and let's get working amongst ourselves. And if people join us, that will be fantastic. So to everyone who has joined us, thank you very much for joining us. And those of you who may listen to this recording into the future, I hope that you will participate through either joining our Dynamic Coalition on Data-Driven health technologies, which is has its home at the United Nations Internet Governance Forum as a dynamic coalition there. We are part of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. That's who IGF falls under. And we are a group, an international group, and we are coming together to look at health technology and how the public is impacted, how the government, civil society, private sector, and really across all stakeholder types, all across all types of stakeholders, such as, whether they are technical people, whether they're lawyers, whether they're accountants, economists, political scientists, human rights, and so forth. So we are completely multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder, as is what is IGF. And so what we are thinking here is of preparing a paper on how patients or anybody else using data-driven health technologies, and this could be anything from signing up for telemedicine, using a device through the Internet of Medical Things, or signing up for their insurance, or getting government assistance for healthcare. All these come under it. And what we're saying is that there may be some people who are unable to use the internet for various reasons. Maybe they lack skills, maybe they're disabled, they have poor sight or hearing or something like that, and or just too sick to deal with these matters. And so we are focusing on people who are assisting these people. And it could even be a nurse, at a bedside of a patient who's just gone through an operation and who wants to connect with their loved ones. It could just be as simple as that. It could be somebody who wants to get a reimbursement for some money. It could be someone who has to connect with their doctor to see their results. It could be, an active examination through telemedicine. It could also be people data sharing for research, whether it's medical doctors, whether it's the development of drugs, whatever it be. So we're covering a lot of ground here where patients need to participate in some way. They are going to be assisted by somebody, whether it's a family person, a neighbor, someone in the community, another nonprofit organization, maybe, whoever it is that they have to seek support from. And so this is something we want to set up, this set of guidelines, and it's going to be a living document. We are going to improve it so that we would really encourage you to participate with us, send in ideas, communicate with us through other sessions that we have. In any manner, share with us what you think should be on a guide for people supporting others. And things like translation becomes very important as well, because internationally there are refugee crises and so forth. We are also covering aspects of emergency relief. So then how do people, say for instance, a refugee coming into a new land, how can they be supported? How would someone help them through the medical system in that new country? And that would probably require some language support and so forth. So we're looking at, thank you so much. Someone has popped up some slides. So this was our header slide you'll see here. And please, could you advance this slide? Whoever is Herman, if you put that up, that would be great. So our agenda today is basically we're going to ask a few questions. Each of the moderators are members of the Dynamic Coalition, and they will ask a question, and we would like to get your feedback. And we have about 15 minutes or so to be posed by another member of our Dynamic Coalition. and we'll get that feedback. And then at the end, we'll just have a wrap up and a just open discussion. You know, where should we go? What would you like to see that we haven't inquired about, and so forth. It'll be quite open. We really do want your input back, either through the session, through other sessions, through emailing us, through the coalition, and we have a web page on the IGF website, so you can reach us very easily through that. You can also follow our work through that. It's an open list, so you can do that. So Herman, please, could you go to the next slide? That would be really appreciated. Right, so I'm just going to start this off before I hand it off to Herman. And what this is a framework that the group called FIGI, which is a collaboration between the International Telecommunications Union, an agency of the United Nations, and the World Bank, have put together. And what they are doing here, and it comes from the financial services side, and what they're doing here is supporting people to work through building guidelines, training, creating their own personal awareness about getting onto the internet. And there's a lot of education required around getting onto the internet, because the internet is not risk-free. There are security issues, privacy issues, just in terms of understanding, you know, what you're agreeing to in terms of terms and conditions. There are lots of matters there that that the public needs support with. And what we are trying to do is to focus on healthcare. And we're saying, okay, in terms of healthcare, a lot of these issues are covered already under this framework provided by financial services. But also there are items that are very specific to healthcare. And we would like, through the sessions and ongoing sessions, to tease out those issues and opportunities. They could be threats, you know, they could be strengths, and, you know, basically I'm talking about SWOT analysis here, that we can apply to onboarding to the internet with a particular interest in healthcare. So we're going to leave this this slide up until other moderators may want the screen, so that people can read through this. And even I'm working off a mobile phone today, so I'm just going to read, you know, briefly here. You know, searching for information, you know, protecting information, and so forth. And basically, there are three segments that have been identified by the ITU and World Bank, and this really is the ITU's work. And they call it the pre-transaction phase, the transacting phase, and the post-transacting phase. So keeping this in mind, please respond to the questions very openly that our moderators are going to ask you. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm going to pass this on to Herman Ramos, who's going to provide a little introduction or and ask the first question. Thank you, Herman.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. So welcome, everyone. That's I joined the session. So basically, I will give an introduction about the mobile tech, its application on healthcare. Basically, we saw with COVID that the number of digital or mobile applications has been increasing. Many of them have the supervision of the government. Many of them have the supervision of the private companies, etc. So basically, this proliferation of mobile tech will be increasing in the coming years, especially when you focus that the healthcare is being subject to introduction of digital technology. So now we are introducing artificial intelligence. We're introducing the Internet of Things, and many other applications will be using. So basically, in relation to the question that we are asking here, is to understand basically what is the future of this kinds the adoption of mobile tech, especially to understand what kind of strategy stakeholders must use in order to allow we want to adopt the multi-stakeholder model, because we don't want that these kinds of innovative solution can be in the hands of the government, but also we don't want that these kinds of innovative solution can be in the hands of the private sector. So basically, we have to design a strategy that can include the different kinds of stakeholders in the designing this strategy and the management and the development and use of these kinds of mobile application, I would say. So basically the question is to understand how we can work together in order to design a strategy that can be used to develop and use mobile application. So anyone that wants to contribute, please, you can unmute yourself.
Herman, we don't hear you. Maybe your connection broke or something like this.
Yeah. Yes. Can you hear now?
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit better. But with your other device, you obviously froze.
Yeah. So, yeah. Basically, I did ask this. The question is related to the development of strategies that can be used to develop this kind of mobile application in order to include the different kinds of stakeholders. So anyone who wants to contribute can unmute themselves and speak. Thank you.
Can you please ask the first question for us?
So basically, the first question will be how we see in relation to the future of the adoption of mobile application or mobile attack. And the second one is what kind of strategy can be used in order to include multi-stakeholder or all stakeholders in the development management of this innovative solution.
Okay, so this is Amali. I'm just going to start this conversation off in terms of do we have to, if we're preparing a toolkit, so we are preparing a toolkit to help people on board to the internet who are helping others on board into the internet. So we have to really think around the framework of ethics and standards and privacy and so forth. And Alex Buckham is going to talk to us a little bit more on privacy. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about ethics. And in terms of being centered to the best interests of the patient or the person you're supporting. So this is really very important, and it's something that we need to have education on, because here we're having someone who cannot directly interface with the internet. So, we tell people, protect your passwords, don't share it with anyone. We'll say, don't give your, communications tool to someone to use. But in this case, we are totally passing on that role to somebody else. Now, it's possible that, with telemedicine and a doctor, someone will come and the data and say, the doctor will say, okay, you know, your sister, your brother, or your friend, or your neighbor is going to be supporting you. So I will communicate directly with those people, and you are trusting those people with your information. Right now, that can happen. But on the other hand, that person, for instance, if we're dealing with some communities, maybe there is only one device available in a village, for instance, and it could be a very small village, and they have traveled to some center, they have one device. So now what happens there? We're using a community device, and we're dealing with a patient's private information. Now, depending on the jurisdiction we're in, we're talking here from a very international context from the Dynamic Coalition. So, you know, there are varying degrees of privacy awareness, education, training, legislation, and it's not as high as it is in the European Union, in other countries. So how do we guide that person, that Good Samaritan, for instance, helping that person, patient on board? How do we guide them into thinking in good manners? Because quite honestly, this technology will be developed possibly in a very sophisticated country. And so all those privacy legislations will be there. Now, the person supporting also has to have a degree of protection themselves as well. So if they were to follow some good guidelines, then they would be in a better place to support the patient and protect that person, and then at the same time protect themselves. So ethics is something, an area that really needs to be discussed very, very openly in terms of how do we support those who are helping those patients on board, and the patients themselves. So I'd be really happy within the coalition and people who are participating to get some feedback on that, please.
Amelie, is everything okay? We stopped listening to hearing you.
Someone will jump in. My coalition members, would you like to share your thoughts? Alex, Frederick, Imran? Laurie, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Laurie Schulman. I work for the International Trademark Association, and I'm speaking here in my private capacity on this issue. We did a similar issue for IGF USA several years ago, where we put together a panel on health and privacy. And with reference to regulations in different jurisdictions having different regulations, there is a recognition in the healthcare field that in times of true crisis, as we had in COVID, and I'll use the US as an example, where certain US privacy laws were relaxed in order to enable telehealth visits, which previously had not been allowed in many states and at the federal level for privacy purposes. So we do know that I would expect that in a refugee crisis or refugee situation, there could be cooperative negotiations where certain regulations are waived because it's care first. And I would argue it's care first over privacy first in terms of getting much needed medical assistance to where it needs to go.
More, because we're a small group here, could you give us a little bit more on your work and so forth? That'd be really appreciated. Sorry, Roddy, would you mind sort of expanding a little bit more on your work and so forth? We're a small group, so it'd be a fantastic opportunity to get to know the work that you all are doing and so forth.
Sure. So my main topic is internet policy from an intellectual property perspective. My organization is an association of 7,000. Of that 7,000, about 2,000 are brands, some of the most famous brands in the world. The rest of the membership in terms of organizationally are those that support brands. So they would be law firms, brand protection services, clearance services, any services, and domain registration services and cybersecurity services are among those services. Of those 7,000 members, we have about 30,000 individual volunteers. My job there is I'm the Senior Director of Internet Policy. I represent INTA at ICANN, at the different IGF functions, in front of governments as an advocate. And within my own organization, I'm the subject matter expert, and I am liaison to the Internet Committee and the Data Protection Committee, which are very large committees, which include, at this point, over 400 people. So I have a very varied professional life. I look at internet policy at a global level. I do participate in EuroDIG and in IGF USA. And I have a deep interest in privacy and as just a personal interest. In healthcare privacy, again, probably more personal than professional at this point, except to say that I also represent major pharmaceutical brands and healthcare brands, which are very much interested in how privacy interacts with patient care. Because privacy can be very good for patient care, as we know, but privacy can also inhibit patient care if privacy rules are overly restrictive. And to your point about shared devices and privacy, it's a tricky balance. I don't know that anybody knows the correct balance, but what we learned in studying US policy during COVID, and I'll use this one example, the US has probably some of the tightest health privacy legislation on the planet in the form of HIPAA, which is the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. And this is the act that covers all providers and insurers. So there's an enormous pool of people covered by HIPAA, we call it HIPAA laws. Now, under HIPAA, telehealth, telemedicine was very much restricted at the federal level. Many federal services, actually all health services that are federally subsidized, they're either subsidized under Medicaid or Medicare, and the Medicare rules did not allow for any reimbursement for telehealth. They required in-person visits. I think part of that is certainly to protect privacy, but a big deal is also to prevent fraud, because there's notorious fraud in the Medicare system. That all being said, when COVID was ravaging the United States as the world, and before we had the vaccines, there were vulnerable populations that were getting sick, notoriously sick, particularly the elderly population. So therefore, the idea of going back and forth to a doctor, how a doctor may treat a disease that we had no idea of how the transmission really worked, became impossible to give not only care for COVID, but care for normal diseases and conditions that particularly the elderly need watching, constant watching, like diabetes, high blood pressure, dementia. So what the United States did, it eased the rules for federal payments under Medicare to allow for reimbursement for telehealth. Once that happened, insurance companies followed, and the relaxing, so it wasn't really the relaxing of the rules. The rules themselves are in place, they didn't change, but there were directives put out by the director of the organizations that manage Medicare and Medicaid to say, we're not going to force the rules. We're not going to change the rules, but right now we are going to basically let you break the rules. So I was thinking of this example in terms of your refugee story. You know, if you have a refugee coming from, name the country, coming into a new country using a device that may or may not be personal, that may or may not have safeguards, privacy settings and safeguards inside the device itself. And you have a medical system where there's very poor language, which makes, you know, detailing privacy rights very difficult. That I would imagine that there are exceptions made, and I don't know this because I've only studied the US system under COVID. I have not studied any other system. I mean, a great example would be Ukrainians and Syrians coming into Germany. I also live in Germany. I know that the Ukrainians and Syrians, when they come in, they're offered full health services immediately. Germany has extremely strict privacy laws. I know some of this is handled through translators. Germany's a well-developed country with a well-developed health system. How that might work, let's say in sub-Saharan Africa, or countries in the Middle East, or other areas where the healthcare systems are not as well developed or as far spread, I don't know. But I do know this, I do know that healthcare providers generally save patients. And my suspicion is that certain areas of privacy will simply be ignored because care must be given.
Fantastic. That was really appreciated, those experiences and that information. Laurie, what we're trying to do is, this is sort of an initial conversation. We expect this to be a sort of long-term conversation, but we're trying to put something together because for IGF Europe, for IGF Ethiopia, so Internet Governance Forum's annual meetings in Ethiopia this year, hosted this year, we want to focus on community health and information sharing and supporting and so forth. So we wanted to, put a short paper together that we can present there to spark a conversation. So we'd really appreciate if you would join us at that event as well, please. That would be great.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I'm ready to write a paper, but I can certainly provide feedback.
No. Yes. No, we are going to write a paper as a dynamic coalition.
Oh,
so,
good.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So this is what this. So we will certainly share it with you and get your feedback. And we're obviously going to add points that you have made throughout the session. So it's really about building a paper together. So that's what we're trying to do, is to bring as many people in to get their experiences and their case studies, so forth. And we are very much the ordinary public looking at internet technologies and how it may impact us in our current situation or in future situations. So we are not, we have some medical people involved with us and so forth as well, but we are very much a very public viewpoint, someone very fresh, your neighbor, trying to help someone out. So that's where we are coming from. So really appreciate your input in there for us. So perhaps we can move on to the next question. Frederick, would you like to talk to that, please?
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you, Amalie. We were talking about our connectivity and the solution we are using to provide a better information on how to get tools to work with the internet. We know in Western Europe to work with some brands from California in the Silicon Valley, like the GAFAM. But we know also that there is an important competition in space to control the network. And Russia is an important challenger with some brands like Soyuz or GLONASS, but also China is interesting with his proposition from the BAFIX with brands like Tencent, Huawei, or Xiaomi. Now our question is to know what helpful resources are available on the internet for those new to the internet. What's your opinion? Someone like to talk?
Sorry, Frederick, can you ask again? I didn't hear very well.
Our question is what helpful resources are available on the internet for those new to the internet?
I suppose from a rudimentary point of view, fairly easily accessible services such as like general search engines and, for example, YouTube are incredibly useful with regards to finding a wide variety of, I mean, there's the degree of information that's contained on both of these platforms is fairly significant in both cases. So certainly from the point of view of someone just beginning to use the internet, I personally wouldn't recommend doing anything too technical or trying to engage in any sort of technical endeavor. It'd be much more suitable for them to begin from sort of first principle, key into YouTube, whichever question you may seek an answer for, whether it's regarding to security, or maybe increasing a social media profile, whatever the case may be. Yeah, so just those basic platforms that can be very, very useful, particularly for new users.
Yes, that's interesting. And someone else who want to talk?
Thank you, Alex. So Frederic, this is Amali. I'm going to ask you, how do you think we should approach certain interoperability issues and things like power, energy, maybe even looking to green energy and so forth? How would you look at those things within the context of this question?
I think we could find an important cooperation with the UN, with the ITU and the legal framework it provides for the international community. We know that China is developing a space solar power plant, which could provide wireless energy. This project is going forward with new elements to change electricity to wireless emission, and this project is also in sharing with the UK. So these new technologies are now in development, and the partnership the partnership in this way is important. We know also that all devices are communicating themselves with a wireless technology, and almost the whole things to work with the army and missiles or boat and planes are available because of this legal framework becoming from the UN ITU agency. And we know also that 5G technologies from China are very important. Like we can demonstrate it by the leadership of the Secretary General Oulin Zhao for the UN ITU. So now, as the basis of our partnership and cooperation are made, we can say that the international rule of law is engaged in a process of and a structure to make stability in the world of the policymakers. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think that's important, and I think that policymaking and legislation together is very important. And we have discussed this as a coalition before, like quantum technologies, which we think will be used in healthcare perhaps extensively into the future, whether it's protection of data or whether it's actually for the use in medical Internet of Things activities. And all that sort of ethics, standard legislation, quality control, compliance, all of that really should be international. It would most probably be regional first within Europe or within Asia or the Americas with Europe, Africa. But then in the end, that kind of very sophisticated technology is going to be provided by really large multinational corporations. So it's going to be in the space of the UN for sure, in terms of all that interoperability, all that connectivity, all those partnerships and so forth, that you talked about. And I also think, we're always going to have the financial services aspect coming into everything, because everything boils down to a cost, cost of doing anything for anything and anyone and for anyone. So we're going to have all that financial legislation, and they, especially being stock markets that are raising money to develop healthcare products, for instance, they're interested in environmental, social governance principles, and ethics and standards and excellence in regulation and monitoring. So yeah, so all that is very important. And as we have the environment coming in as well, environmental impacts, that's also going to be very important. You develop technologies, but into the future, are those technologies sustainable with regards to climate change? Not that I know anything about wireless, but I sometimes wonder, we are very dependent on wireless. How will that be impacted by, greater solar rays or heating up? Are these devices that we use, are they robust, for instance? And then you mentioned the 5G, 6G that's being developed, and then there are all those security issues, and then some countries concerned about them then sort of going out of the public space into more international security issues. So we get that, all that, and definitely healthcare is onboarding to all the applications that exist for other applications and uses, and we're deriving a use from those opportunities that have been provided to us, that were developed in other spaces. So we look, is it appropriate in change of purpose for these technologies to be directly used in healthcare and vice versa? And in doing so, our users protected, and basically we're coming down to base level users, who are patients who are getting that service, but probably who are the most vulnerable in terms of their protection. And then those people who are supporting them, protection for those people as well, those good Samaritans, that is also required. So thank you, Frederick, for sharing so much with us.
Thank you, Amelie.
So perhaps we can move on to the third question. Herman, are you with us to ask that question? Herman? Okay, I'm not hearing from Herman. So the question that we had was, would the public know of suitable translator apps that are commonly used to support the community when they're supporting others? So we wanted to put that out there, that if anybody had experience with any good translating apps in whichever part of the world they are, and here today we're focusing in Europe, if there are, we would really appreciate hearing about those apps, so that we can share that obviously internationally with others, whether they are moving into Europe, out of Europe, helping someone who has just moved into Europe, or so forth. So we'd really appreciate hearing about some really good translator apps, and any apps around the world that would be great. Also, if there are any apps that are specifically available for the medical community, that would be really appreciated. It's not something we are aware of, but I'm sure people are out developing in that field, and we would encourage people to develop in that field, so that it makes that sort of the comprehension, standardized in that sense. That would be really appreciated. It's something we would really encourage, anyone building apps to please think of building a standardized medical app. And it could be just for, starting with sort of very ordinary things, common day ailments, to more sophisticated ailments. But, someone coming to a new country, they want to communicate with the doctor on something simple, they would probably be using a translator app. So whether it's definitions or words, common words or so forth, if that can be integrated into translator apps, so that we have a very good common understanding of what it means, and maybe common phrases or common questions, that would be something that we would really, as a dynamic coalition, really appreciate someone developing. So that's what I have. I'm going to open up that to any of our coalition members, please, to add to. Appreciate it, if you can.
Annalie?
Yes, hello.
Perhaps you could repeat what you just said. Maybe.
Okay. Yes. So what I want to say is twofold. One, please, we'd like to encourage people developing translator apps to develop with a focus on healthcare and medical support. So that's one. If you know of any applications that are already doing that, we would really like to hear about that. And then we would like to just hear ideas on how we might improve this translation facility for new immigrants, basically, or refugees. Perfect. In terms of sourcing healthcare. Yeah, sorry, I hope I'm clear there.
It was very clear, thank you.
Okay, so we have a bit of silence there. So we'll say, let's develop our thoughts on this area. And again, Dynamic Coalition would really appreciate feedback from the public who may listen to this session into the future as well. Please feel free to email us. Our email is on the Internet Governance Forum website on the Data-Driven Health Technology. So please communicate, because we would really appreciate being able to develop this further across the board to come to some sort of common standards for interaction, and possibly this may be developed through 5G and 6G, and as a result, we would just be sort of assisting there rather than anything else, because I think 5G and 6G is supposed to be able, through natural language processing and so forth, to be able to deal with some of these questions. And maybe that's what it is. But we want to also make sure if there are any risks, any opportunities, threats, so forth, that we are vocal with that we are making the international community aware, then whoever is developing applications will be able to understand an international perspective as well. So that's where we're coming from. So I think we'll move now to the fourth question, and Alex Buckham will present us with a paper on privacy that he has put together, a short paper, a privacy pack, I think he calls it, and then he will ask another question as well. Alex, the floor is yours, please.
Thanks, Amali. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have long, so I'll just say a few things about the privacy pack, and then use that as a means of at least partially segueing into the question. Whilst I intended the primary audience of the privacy pack to be young healthcare professionals, I do believe that this document whilst by no means perfect, can be of use to anyone looking to enhance their online security, regardless of digital literacy, which obviously is a theme we've been discussing in this session. As a full disclosure, my expertise is in the field of human rights. I'm by no means a digital tech expert, and this pack was put together with a view to sort of aiding people who, like we've been discussing, are just being introduced to the internet and are looking to sort of implement basic safeguards with regards to their privacy and security. So the pack covers many of the more sort of well-known privacy protecting techniques, such as installing VPNs, which create protected network connections when using public networks, using what's known as smart encrypted search engines like DuckDuckGo, end-to-end encrypted email services like ProtonMail, and Signal, an end-to-end encrypted messaging service. End-to-end encryption does not allow data to be accessed by third parties whilst being transferred from device or system A to device or system B. There are also details about two-factor authentication, a critical secondary layer of security, which creates a unique numerical code that expires after a short time period, usually 30 seconds. And this code has to be used before the time limit is reached and another code is created. And this is usually, when you can use this when operating email accounts, for example, just that additional layer of security. I included a few guides to help encrypt operating systems such as Windows, Mac OS X, and Linux. This is known as full disk encryption and is an easy and effective means of safeguarding your laptop's data in the event of it getting lost or stolen. Then there are password managers like KeePassX, that's spelled KeePass capital X, which doesn't store information in the cloud and creates strong unbreakable passcodes, which are securely stored and recommended by privacy advocates such as NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden. I also included website-specific encryption services for Firefox, Opera, and Chrome web servers called HTTPS Everywhere, as well as information originally provided by Privacy International regarding ad blocking programs for servers such as Firefox, Chrome, Edge, Safari, and Android. The Have I Been Pwned site, that's Have I Been and then PWNED ? Is a very useful service to check if email accounts or phone numbers have been subject to data breaches. And I also included a few simple manual steps, such as applying covers to cameras on digital devices. It's important to remember, however, that despite any safeguards, there is no system, practice, or program that is 100% secure. Vigilance on all of our parts when using our devices is absolutely essential. So with all that in mind, and bearing in mind that is only one small aspect of this next question, what issues should someone new to the internet think about before they onboard?
Hi. Are we still online there?
Yes, Amelie. There was a bit of a strange sound, but maybe it came from your hand or our end.
You can go ahead.
Please.
Yes, sometimes I think Herman, are you online there? Sometimes, and Frederick, I've disabled my one. I'm just using one device, so I shouldn't have that.
We're hearing you fine, please.
Okay, thank you. So all the party, so we didn't disconnect, right? Okay, so everyone's here. Okay, that's great. Right, so again, I'm going to, Laurie, do you think you could have some comments on this one, please? From you?
I'm here.
Alex,
I'm
do you mind?
sorry.
Okay.
It took me a minute to unmute. Which specific point would you like input on?
Alex, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, no problem at all. So the question, which was again sort of partially informed by the statement that I made previously, was what issues should someone new to the internet think about before they onboard?
Onboard medically or onboard generally?
I think we can say both.
We'd say, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting question because there's two parameters to this. There's the actual skill set, how to navigate, and then there's the knowledge set, how to protect yourself online. And this goes to the issue of sustainability and capacity building, which I know the UN has been, dedicated to since I can remember. But I think that if there were any sort of consumer awareness, guidance, training being attached to the work that you're doing, you would definitely have to categorize them in both ways. Number one, what do I literally need to do to get on if someone's a complete newcomer? And two, what do I have to be aware of immediately? One would be privacy settings, I would think. The other would be how to recognize, and particularly in healthcare, and this is where the work of my organization comes in, because the opportunity for fraud and abuse is particularly keen in the healthcare field, either by advertising false medicines or counterfeit medicines, or having people sign up for treatments who feel they don't have hope, and then sign up for treatments that aren't actual treatments. I mean, the area of fraud and abuse in the healthcare stream, we know that financial services is number one. I don't know where healthcare ranks, but after what we experienced in COVID, I would imagine healthcare is minimally in the top 5, if not the top 3, where we're seeing fraud and abuse. So you need the skills, and you need to know how to protect yourself. You need knowledge. Don't give your information unless you've initiated the information exchange. Don't never give out a password, really basic stuff, because the internet can appear quite friendly, when in fact we know that the most friendly appearing sites in fact can be some of the most notoriously abusive.
Yeah, absolutely. I made a few notes about permanence, which is something for people to bear in mind. And I guess this pertains more so to general use than specifically healthcare. But nonetheless, it is worth bearing in mind, again, particularly for people that are just starting off, that every single thing you do, type, say, etc. on the internet leaves a trace, which is obviously more pertinent in the modern day when we consider issues about like both state surveillance and surveillance capitalism, the latter being, I would say, more related to healthcare issues than the first, although I'm sure there are ties with the first one as well. Which I think I'm just only saying that just to engender a bit of caution on behalf of new users, that it's not sort of a free highway, it's not all bets are off. There are very much means of tripping yourself up if you're not careful, which is, I think it's worth bearing all that in mind, I think.
I also, too, what I haven't yet heard in the discussion, and this might be more for advanced economies rather than less well-advanced economies in terms of health, is what happens when misinformation or incorrect diagnoses are entered into an electronic system and reside there indefinitely. What if, there is a serious misdiagnosis? What are the means to correct? What are the means to correct that? You have a professional making a diagnosis. You have a patient that may or may not agree. Would it require the patient simply disagreeing, or would it require the patient going to yet another healthcare provider to contradict the first diagnosis? There's a whole field here of medical error. When the data itself is in error, what rights does a patient have to have that data corrected without being considered, quite frankly, a problem patient? I brought this issue up in another conference about 2 years ago with doctors, talking about internet security. And I said, what if you make your own mistakes. What do you do in your network? And nobody had a good answer for me at that time, except to say that it was a pertinent issue. My own belief, my own belief is that the patient should have the right to control the patient's data, period. But some in the medical profession feel differently, you know, that if there's a, let's say, particularly if there's a diagnosis of a mental health disorder and a patient decides, I don't want that in my record, but then that doesn't give the next medical provider a clear understanding of what's going on with the patient. So it's not as straightforward as you might think.
Absolutely. I think, sorry, Molly.
No, yeah, excellent point. Go ahead, Alex. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, I fully agree with you, Laurie. I think that particularly since sort of the turn of the century, both, again, from a perspective of state surveillance and surveillance capitalism, established power, and that could be, again, corporate or state, have shown themselves over and over again to be fundamentally not worthy of trust when it comes to taking care of our data. So in that particular respect, I think that control over one's data should 100% rest in the hands of the patient. I don't think corporations or whoever have done anything like the amount of work that they should have done to build up that trust amongst the general population. So yeah, keep it local, keep it for the patient, very much so.
Yes, exactly. It's a very interesting point, because who does that data belong to? I guess the doctors are saying, from what you're saying, Laurie, that they own that sort of whether it's intellectual property, that reasoning that they have given, right? So it's their analysis, and they're protecting their reputation, and another doctor using that information and so forth, while the patient is saying, you know, it's my data and you may not have diagnosed me correctly, for instance. So it's that profiling of the data, and that is actually what is so important for data-driven technologies, and you know, you really centered in on it in terms of that, you know, is that data appropriate? Is that data valid? Is that data used appropriately? And especially when it's transferred into other systems, which is an area that I find you know, a tremendous risk, where you're just transferring this data through this meta universe, and creating these profiles of people, and it was intended for one purpose and then used for another purpose, and the people have lost control, whether it's the person who created it, a doctor creating a medical file, or a patient contesting that information and saying, you know, that's not a true representation of my profile. And we know that because insurance companies may pick it up and say, okay, you know, we're not going to cover you for this and that, or even law enforcement may pick it up and say, look, this is a profile of a person's behavior, and that's not necessarily the case, because it was, you know, only at a particular moment, or certain conditions were not considered or something. So yeah, excellent points, and yeah, very good points. Thank you so much for the discussion.
I also think this is particularly pertinent in recent years, given the moves that big tech has been making into the healthcare sector, widely recognized as being the next sort of financial gold mine, widely recognized as being such. Yeah.
Absolutely, data is money. Yes, exactly. So I'm not seeing, we had Dr. Mada Espinoza was scheduled to be on with us as well. And so we were going to, I'm just now going to sort of bring this session to a bit of a close. We were going to talk about sort of general issues in this space of data-driven health space, because Laurie, I think you're the person who's most active with us today, just to clue you into what work we're doing as well, other work we're doing as well. We are preparing a paper all together to be submitted to the UN Secretary General, who has requested information on the internet to support his analysis and so forth. So we are also preparing a paper to put forward for that. And so we're just looking at overall general issues in data-driven health technologies. And we have spoken on a number of items through this session. Laurie, do you have anything else you would share with us that you'd like to share with us? It's just very general on data-driven health technologies and issues to the internet. So that's our last question. Are there any comments on that, please?
I think this is a conversation that I think is probably late to get started, but healthy to get started at any time. And I would strongly encourage this group, particularly medical providers that may be involved, to start speaking up loudly, because I agree. I think the point that Mr. Buckham made, that Alex made, is really critical to this. We do see very large companies who normally have been on platforms now looking at healthcare, either because they're huge employers and they are providing healthcare to their own employees, or because they are investing in technology, see the technology platforms that they provide as integral to a more digitized global health network. So I would say just keep on going. I think there aren't enough of these conversations. As I said, we had looked at the issue from a privacy perspective at IGF USA, I believe it was 2 years ago. And that was probably one of the first times we framed it as a healthcare issue. But I think there's more than just privacy here. And, I've been doing this work probably longer than some of you perhaps have been born. But with all that being said, with younger people coming into this space, I think it's really important to highlight these key concerns and get the conversation kind of out of its more narrow track.
Thank you, Laurie. Yes, exactly. And I do agree with, I think lots of conversation is required, because I think it's very easy not to have these conversations and get into a place where time has gone by and no one thought about it, discussed it, wanted to pursue it. And then it's difficult to go back and reinvent it, as it were. And that's where I am very interested in our coalition, because I think we should be addressing these issues, as you said, right from the start. And we don't want to go along and then be unable to go back, or only be able to go back partially. So very good design is something where we come from. Yes, please, you got your hand up. Is it Alevi? Alevi, please? Please, the floor is yours. Ms. Mine, is it Alevi?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Hi.
Thank you.
It's Alev.
Alev? Sorry, Alev.
Yes, from the One Goal Initiative. About data, patient data, I would like to say that it's a very, very delicate issue, especially any data that could be interpreted in any way to diagnose any form of cancer. Because these data are used to decide to stop treatment and literally to kill the patient in some cases. I wanted to put that out there. It's the first time I'm saying it in public like this. I have seen it happen.
Thank you for sharing, Alev. That's very good to know. And yes, I mean, bringing that point in with the point Alex has brought up as well, and Laurie, I think it's an area of concern. We read a lot in the newspapers, and I myself, actually, like you, have been aware of a couple of cases, you know, where all this data and information, and especially when they're using it to manage cost of patient treatment, and how that's managed is the ethics around that is very gray, and I totally agree with you. Yes.
I'd like to add that you know, when it's it should not be, you know, the question is should not be you know, managing the costs. The question is the right to life, you know, human rights, right? Okay, thanks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Alex, would you like to comment on that, please? If possible.
I don't really have anything else to add, Amali. I think everything's been covered that I was thinking of saying, but thank you.
If there aren't any further comments, we may sort of draw this conversation to an end, but we'd like to ask both of our audience members to join us, please, at IGF meetings, annual meetings in Ethiopia. We are going to be working virtually. It's a hybrid session, as you both probably know. But please join us for the conversation, because we'd like to make this, you know, take it from Europe, take it internationally, and continue with this conversation. And then Laurie, we agree with you. I think we need more of these conversations for sure. So I think that's about it from now. Herman, would you like to make any sort of closing comments?
Can you hear? Yeah, basic last comments. I can only say that probably the topic that we discussed here today are important, but also there are topics that are still in discussion, and especially with different kinds of jurisdiction and different kinds of the difference between development of healthcare in different kinds of countries. Some countries are more advanced than others, so this cannot, at some case, the topic can not be more important in some kinds of jurisdiction, but for example, for Africa is really important because the health technology is still moving to a point that can serve the all citizens. So yeah, I only can say that, but also the remarks that were made here will be organized in the document. So we hope we can share with you, and also we hope basically we will have an open document, so we can also share some inputs that were not captured in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Herman. Yes, I think you made some good points there with the transparency and open government and so forth, and keeping that those channels open for just regular patients and those who support them is very important. So thank you for bringing that up in terms of the transparency and so forth. Frederick, please, do you have some final comments?
I would say that this session was interesting because we had the occasion to talk about us and our work with the UN. And I hope that our policy network could enhance itself in the future in a better way.
Thank you, Frederick. And what about you, Alex?
So did you say me?
Alex? Sure, go ahead, please.
Well, I think that an important point to see is that when there is a problem in a system, it cannot be solved by one part of the system for the entire system. And when you try to do that, you effectively destroy that part of the system, and that does not solve the problem. So that will be in relation to what I said before. Thank you.
Critical for our particular focus of data-driven technologies, absolutely, and we totally agree with you. As a coalition, that's why we'd like to, look at things holistically with all the stakeholders, and please do consider joining our coalition as well, please. Thank you. What about Laurie? Would you have any last comments?
Oh, except to say, I think you're headed in the right direction. It's a great start. And again, the thing that I would just advise in any papers you write, that you look at the pragmatic as well as the policy, because one without the other doesn't really work. And as I've divided it before, sort of what are skills people need, what are advisories people need, and then what do you think the industry needs? And we all need, and we agree, is having all of this based in human rights. We should never forget that.
Thank you so much, Laurie. Alex, final comments from you? Hi, Alex Buckham. Would you like to just close off your section?
I don't think he's online anymore.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we've lost Alex. Okay, so I'd say thank you very much. Really appreciate our audience for joining in with us fully, and let's carry on these conversations, and hope you'll join us into the future as well. Thank you so much, and thank you, EuroDIG, for hosting us. I really appreciate it for this opportunity.
Thank you. And in this room, the next session will start 2:45, open forum, the road ahead for ICT sustainability in Europe and beyond. I'm looking forward to seeing you there.
Thank you so much, IT support. Thank you very much.
Hello, Minda. Sophie and Carlotta here from Trieste. Are you already there?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
We're doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I was actually just, I just linked up just to see if my connection was fine, but I know I'm a little bit too early.
Oh, take your time, no worries.
We already gave you co-hosting rights, so if you need to share any presentations, feel free to do it.
Okay. Yeah, at the moment I won't be sharing, but others, the invited guests will be sharing, I guess. Do you have the list of the people who will be joining?
We do not. We only understood that there was going to be 2 people, but there are more.
As far as I know, yes. So let me see if I can give you a list of names.
You can send us by chat the name of the participants. The speakers will give them co-hosting rights so they can share their screen and.
Okay, you know, the format of the session, right, is like an open forum, so everyone can really join in. But there are a few that said yes, they would be coming, but then anyone else can participate. So it's kind of a very loose structure. I'll send you the names on the chat.
Okay, perfect. Just make sure to send it via private message.
Yeah,
please.
With private message, direct message.
Yes, yes.
Minda, hello, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, since there are so many names, perhaps it would be better if when they want to share their screen, they can ask us and we'll make them co-hosts on the spot. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Also because it's so informal, you know, we can just ask that. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
So just ask and we'll make them co-hosts. Okay.
Yeah, great.
Perfect.
Hello, Minna. Sophie here from Trieste. It's now 2:45, and so I would like to start. Are you ready?
I was just checking with Michael. Michael, hello. You ready?
Hi. Yeah, sure. Unfortunately, I don't think any of the people we invited are actually here.
Do you think we should wait a little bit more? Send an email just to check if people got the time right.
Yeah, I mean, Marcel, for instance, from Codes just messaged me saying he didn't have a link, but I sent him one.
Yeah, it could be that some people have trouble because of the link. Yeah.
Let me check. Let me make sure. I said 14:45 CEST, Monday, 20 June. That's now, right?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, I'm not in CEST at the moment. Okay. Let me send a couple messages. Oh no, Florina is here. Oh great, and Marcel made it too. Wonderful.
Hi, Michael.
Hi. No worries, Florina. Yeah, I mean, we have lots of time for the session, and frankly, I don't think we'll use all of it. So if it's okay with you all, if we could just wait maybe a few more minutes, just I mean, I would like to think it's probably just you know, let's say technical difficulties with getting online for the first time. And this is kind of what Day Zero also helps to do, not just provide extra space for people to connect, but also for the technical team to work out any issues, or for people who are going to participate in EuroDIG to work out any issues. So if it's okay with you all, can we just wait? Let's see, what time is it? Yeah, maybe just like 2 or 3 more minutes, and then we can get started.
Yes, and here in the room in Trieste, someone has just joined the session.
Wonderful.
Let's wait a few more minutes. We have time.
I just seems to be a different see, I just got another email from someone saying, I think I'm in a different session. Like, yeah, let me I'm just gonna share the information that I shared with Marcel, which is I think it's open for everyone.
Yeah, this session has taken place in the FabLab.
Yes.
No, I was on.
Oh. Actually, Florina has a good point about maybe encourage just dropping at least a line in the chat of the other room. Is that actually something that the technical team could do, just so that we don't have to, I don't have to leave this session and then come back? Could you just make the announcement that there is another Zoom room for the other room, and if anybody is in the other, I don't know if it's possible.
I could do that. The thing is that every time when a session starts, they will let people know that there is a session taking place.
Okay.
But I can have see.
Well, let me.
It's gonna be.
SK's just joined, and she was somebody that we've been waiting for. That we wanted to have joined. So, I think. Let's see. Yes, and yeah, and another person. So everybody, once again, we're gonna have there's like a lot of time for the session, and I know that I appreciate you all being here on time. Some people are having just difficulties joining, so we will get started very soon. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, Michelle is on her way as well. She just said she forgot to RSVP, but she asked for the Zoom link. So hopefully she'll be here in the next couple minutes.
That's great.
Yeah. Oh, here she is. Wonderful. Hi, Michelle. No worries. Michelle, just and for in case anybody else has joined that I didn't see, or if anybody's in the room, some people are. This is day 0 of EuroDIG. Like any internet governance conference, there's always not technical difficulties necessarily, but there's always kind of oh, how do I join or whatnot. There's always kind of some stumbling that happens. It's completely acceptable and understandable, and it's no worries at all. We have lots of time for the session, and we will not probably need all of the time. And so we've just been waiting for a couple minutes, but I think, Michelle, you were the last person that I knew. Actually, nope. I just got an email. Seems I never seen that meeting. Can you be 5 minutes? I can only join in for 5 minutes. Okay. Of course. Here's the link. Maybe join. Okay. So, Menda, I think I just heard from Keoru, and and she's going to be able to join for just a few minutes, but I suggested a little bit later so that Florina can open with her presentation and we can go from there. Do you want to go ahead and take the floor, Minda?
Yeah, sure. Is that my video? Hiya. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our session. This, as you can see, this is a very informal session, and the idea behind was really to bring everyone on board and see what we have been doing over the past few years on ICT and sustainability, because we started this conversation a few years ago here at EuroDIG with Michael in 2017, I think, and then in 2019 we had a very small session as well. And then in the last 2 years, we had 2 big discussions on ICT and environmental sustainability. So this is really just an opportunity for us to connect and to network, to update each other, and also to talk a little bit about the road that took the policy network on environment, the IGF. So from the report to now an established dynamic coalition. So if everyone is here and if you can go on, Michael, so I would then pass over to Florina.
Sure. So I just realized that the host has disabled participant screen sharing. So maybe you can enable that for me. And then I can immediately.
Yes, of course. We will do it now.
Start.
1 second. You should be able to do it now.
Yes, I think that should work. So let me just start this slideshow. 1 second. Okay, are you able to see the slide deck?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so hi everyone. Thanks a lot for the invitation, Michael, and everyone. I'm happy to be back at an internet governance event. It's been a couple of months, and Michael has invited me to talk a little bit about the PNE, and obviously I've also included the recent developments. Yeah, I'm going to try to make it brief, but please feel free to kind of, since we're a small group, to also interrupt vocally, or Michael, interrupt me if you see someone raise hand. I think we can do it like that. It's no problem since we're not that big of a group. My name is Florina. I work as a researcher at a university in Switzerland, and I work at the Research Institute for Public Sector Transformation. So we're mainly working with local or federal administrations, helping them basically to deal with digitalization issues. And I'm a political scientist by training. So I was lucky to serve or act as a consultant to the newly established PNE. So there was a policy network, a new format that was established last year by the IGF. And the kind of aim of the PNE, there were several things that we wanted to achieve, and one of them was to publish a report that would be like the main output of the policy network, containing policy recommendations. And this is just a little overview for those who weren't part of the PNE that I put together for the final presentation at last year's IGF in Poland, in Katowice. So this is kind of just to give you an idea of what has happened within the PNE. So we had many meetings, over 65. We had over 80 participants, and we wrote many words with the PNE report. I guess that's also just a sign, like with these individual participants, obviously not everyone contributed or maybe had the time or the resources to attend all of the meetings, but still in the end, we got a really good kind of group together with some core people who really gave a lot of time and put a lot of effort into that. And I guess this session today is also reflective of that people just have these varying schedules, but in the end, there's quite a lot, or was and still is, I think, a lot of interest in this topic of digitalization and environment, and a little gender distribution as well. So we had quite good female participation rate as well. I guess it's not obvious since technology has been traditionally a male-dominated topic, but I'm happy that this hasn't been as much the case with the PNE. And this is just, I will share this presentation with you, so feel free to distribute it as well. And this is just to kind of point you to this website that still exists of the PNE. You can download the PNE report as well. And of course, I've also included the website of the new dynamic coalition, which maybe, Michael, I don't know if you will present later, or it will be surely a topic later. So this is kind of the continuation of the PNE in a more established form. So in a form of a dynamic coalition. And there's also a mailing list. You're free to subscribe if you haven't already. And Michael is one of the co-chairs. So that's I think, two of the important websites to visit if you're interested in that topic and how it's been dealt with within the IGF. But to go, as Michael has asked me for today, maybe a little bit more into the detail of this report. So basically, in the beginning, we defined our scope of work and kind of decided that we wanted to focus on 4 different topics. Obviously, there's many more, and we just had to find some kind of define our scope somehow. So we agreed that we wanted to focus on the role of environmental data, how digitalization and environment kind of plays a role in food and water systems, and then focus on the supply chain, transparency and circularity. We had several members of the ITU who were working on the report, so that was a bit of an obvious choice, and they really wanted to work on that. And then we had a bit of a looser chapter on overarching issues, so which gave us the kind of option to explore some issues that were overarching all of the topics. And so this is just to show you kind of where we situate with this report. And I think I saw before that someone from the codes movement or codes is here. And so maybe that's another discussion to be had. Obviously, that's much broader for those who are familiar with the codes report. We have really focused on the environmental side of sustainability, and kind of that's where our recommendations focus on. So how can ICT be used to advance sustainability, and how can ICTs be made more sustainable? So these 2 axes, kind of like, that's where our recommendations focus on. But obviously, if we're talking about sustainability, there's much more to sustainability than just the environmental side of things. And so we went on to focus, we wanted to focus policy recommendations. And this is just to kind of give you a bit of context that when I speak about policy recommendations, I mean this very overarching, or we were situated at a pretty overarching level of recommendations. So kind of we wanted to say or to propose what could a policy aim to do. So should we reduce something? Should we prevent or encourage or strengthen something? So to really give a directional recommendation, but obviously to a policy recommendation, there's many more layers. So in another or other steps should include then to really define the concrete actions and the actual instrument to be taken. So obviously every policy could have different instruments to achieve a policy. It could be regulatory or economic or based on voluntary work. So that's really different from policy to policy, but that's not what our report was focusing on. We really wanted to give directional advice. So I just quickly want to go through the actual recommendations that are not draft recommendations anymore. Actually, they're in the final version. So regarding environmental data, the group has really focused on the role of global standardization and harmonization of data. So really stress the point that was needed, there was more action needed there, and really ensure that there is access for relevant stakeholders from the collection to the sense-making stage when it comes to environmental data, and to really increase the cooperation to maximize what we can do with that data. So really try to get the data out there, and not just maybe like in some states, I'm Swiss, so I know from the Swiss context that a lot of administrations are really happy with themselves once they've put up the data on a platform. So they say, okay, that's fine, our work is done, but it's not, right? So it's really important that that data also gets spread, like the word gets spread that there is this data, and that authorities help make sense of the data and not just put it out there and then expect that that's enough. Regarding food and water systems, we had the following recommendations. So we kind of advised the working groups that were working on these different chapters to really stick to 3 to maximum 5, to not go overboard. And here, I think they had 3 as well. The idea was really that basically the first thing the group wanted to stress is maybe a bit special, but it was really important to them to say, okay, especially regarding food systems, which is a very local, or there's a lot of tradition and a lot of like applied knowledge there. So that shouldn't be disregarded when employing digitalization, but it really should be applied with very contextual specificity and sensitivity. So to not just impose digital tools or technologies in contexts where that might not be needed, because maybe there's other knowledge that actually is better suited to a context. But if we use technology in food and water systems, then it's important to kind of make use of the Earth science data that we have, so that ties back in with the recommendations we heard for the environmental data, to really make use of that to ensure the local food and water security. And thirdly, the group said there should be national and regional plans on how to actually use the digital tools, especially, and they identified a big opportunity in terms of optimizing the water systems, especially in developing countries. Again, taking into account the local knowledge that exists already. So to not kind of follow in the footsteps that we've had in previous centuries, where we kind of went about this with not a lot of sensitivity and just try to impose kind of Eurocentric vision on everything, but to really have a lot of sensitivity here as well to the local knowledge and systems. Then regarding the supply chain, transparency and circularity. So first of all, the group was stressing that it's really important that the digital transformation itself is sustainable. And only with that kind of affirmation, we can make sure that the ICT can bring the solutions that are necessary to have a more environmental friendly society. And kind of to really make sure that we maximize the environmental efficiency of digital technologies. And also, again, the role of standards, especially regarding supply chains, because there's a lot of different standards that exist already, but of course they have to be harmonized ideally, or already everyone should have, or people, the relevant stakeholders should have knowledge of that and be included in the generation of these standards, and kind of really make them accessible to who is concerned by those. And just this fact of today in our society, we have so many products that have such complex supply chains that for the end user or the consumer, it's almost impossible today to really kind of assess the impact that we have with our buying habits. And so this idea of really using digital technologies to make this more transparent and to give us as consumers or the society as a whole the chance to be more sustainable in terms of how we use technology and what technology we buy as well. And then finally, I think most of us know that or there are these UN reports on e-waste, and if I remember correctly, I think e-waste is the biggest, fastest growing waste stream we have today. So that's really a huge, enormous problem that we are facing. And I think many of the European countries, or like Switzerland, again, there is not a lot of awareness for this, because obviously the e-waste is not as visible as it is in other countries, like in the global south, for example, where there's huge ecological consequences, disastrous consequences for the people and the flora and fauna as well. And so the e-waste problem is really something we need to tackle, and again need this transparency in terms of the supply chain, where digitalization is really something that can help us make this visible, where the products come from and where they end up and how to properly recycle them. This is an overview of these recommendations that the group has made. But finally, I just want to touch upon these overarching issues that we've identified. It's more like maybe going towards the kind of social aspect of sustainability a little bit as well. So first of all, just in general, really try to be as inclusive as possible. I think the EuroDIG and the whole IGF kind of community is a good example that it's quite inclusive as far as I've experienced it. But of course, this has to be a much broader conversation. Using data and digital technologies really to force this idea of evidence-based decision-making. So this is the political side of things. So for people in power or in positions of power and influence to really push out this data, but again, make the data understandable. So make it visible and easier to translate it into politics to foster this concept of evidence-based decision-making. So make decisions based on actual data and not just a gut feeling or something. And finally, we identified a big potential of experimenting with new participatory approaches. This is something that is personally important to me because since I'm a political scientist, I do a lot of work with digital democracy or in digital democracy. As you maybe know, Switzerland has a very strong democratic culture. So this is something that's very interesting to me. Also, this question of how can we use digital technologies to enable people to participate, enable broad participation in our democratic tradition and democratic institutions. Here again, a visible overview of the different overarching issues that we've identified. I've only now touched upon a couple of them, but we've tried to kind of really identify where the big overarching issues lie. So to say that all of these issues play a role in all of the focus areas that we've identified, for example, the competing interests, they will always be present. So this idea of having to weigh one environmental problem against another or one societal issue against another. So that's something that will always be present, and we don't offer a solution for this, but just want to raise awareness that these are issues that will come up in every maybe more technical aspect as well. Okay, so I didn't look at the time. I hope I didn't go too much overboard, but that's basically it, what we discussed within the PNE and produced, or everything is detailed in our PNE report. And I would love for you to check it out, of course. And I'm also interested to hear maybe if you've been following the recent codes report publication. I think that's also interesting that there's another big report that has a slightly different approach, but touches upon similar issues. So I think there's really a lot of information right now on where we could, or a lot of avenues where we could continue debating and taking action. Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to your feedback or questions.
Thank you so much, Florina. And this was basically essentially, it's not over yet. I mean, obviously, we want to open the floor if there's any questions or comments, but just a very, very quick comment from me is that this was obviously part one of the session, the idea of ensuring that the wider EuroDIG community is aware of the PNE and of what the outcome that came about of it, and obviously too that the policy network has evolved into a dynamic coalition, which we are now, let's say, working to get off the ground. We're trying to find our footing, figure out kind of what our work plan is, how are we going to be, how do we want to go forward and whatnot. But this was the foundation of that. And it's important that if anybody is working on sustainability within the wider internet governance ecosystem, that we recognize that everyone has their own little, their own work, but we are all, the point is to connect ourselves as much as possible so that we can maximize collaboration, reduce duplication, or rather minimize duplication, and try to support each other where we can. Because ultimately, even if the specific issues we're working on are different, I'd like to think that we're all under this kind of the same umbrella of working toward a greener digital future. So thank you so much, Florina, for this. Does anybody have any questions for Florina? Anybody want to open up? Oh, please, Marcel, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Very interesting input. And I just wondered what the specific impact channel is. I would like to understand better. So when you are a dynamic coalition, so what is the policy link to the Internet Governance Forum, and what would be like some major achievements or so?
Well, okay, so I guess that's a question for me. So that's a very good question, Marcel. The point of a dynamic coalition, or at least one of the kind of the intended hopes for a dynamic coalition, is that every year they'll be putting out work outputs, and those outputs can come in many forms. One could be a book, or let's say with multiple chapters that are sourced from people in the dynamic coalition. Number two could be advocacy for policy change. Number three could be merely acting as a network, or and then coming up with that sort of thing. Just a second. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, this is something we're trying to figure out, Marcel, which is why you know, we want to try and get as many stakeholders on board as we can, and we want to see, well, what is going to be the best use of our time? How do we best take what we did with the P&E report and then ultimately translate that into something useful that can, going forward, is going to again complement other initiatives out there, such as codes, as opposed to you know, not really have an identity. That's what we're trying to work out at the moment, and is what basically we're going to be doing over the next 9 months or so. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, it was really open interest. I mean, it's just, I'm interested in what the channels are you are envisioning for change and for your proposals, because I mean, obviously at Codes, this is also a topic. We have some fora and some channels via our mandate, so to say. But nevertheless, I mean, really how to implement these recommendations and these change proposals is essential. And I just wondered and wanted to dig in a little bit deeper, maybe also because, I mean, I was in Berlin at the IGF, for example, but I still need to understand better how this specific forum really can implement change and what the levers are, so to say, in this context.
Of course, and I think it's really important to emphasize that the difference is in terms of scope. So, for instance, the Dynamic Coalition, although it's working within the internet governance context, and it can work. It can, you know, for instance, we could organize a session at a national IGF or at some place like EuroDIG, or even beyond if we wanted to. Typically, the way our scope is generally limited to the Internet Governance Forum itself. So the idea being that if anyone wants to talk about the environment, not within and its relationship to digitalization or ICTs, not within the entire context of internet governance everywhere, but specifically within the Internet Governance Forum, there's a hub for that. And then we would be then amplifying and working with other organizations such as Codes or civil society organizations that are focusing on this, trying to together kind of let's say usher in a vision that we want for a cleaner ICT ecosystem. So that's typically a way to think about it, that our scope is not necessarily narrow, but it does typically tend to focus on the Internet Governance Forum as an ecosystem. Florina, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just curious now that we have Marcel here. When we were developing the P&E report, obviously Codes was also in a development phase, so David Jensen was a part of our group, but it was really difficult, obviously, to kind of coordinate because everything was in flux. So I'm wondering that now now that the Codes report stands and our P&E report stands as well, and we have this dynamic coalition, like Michael, do you have any plans already or concrete plans where like the connection could be, or for using the synergies that might be there? Just out of curiosity.
I wish I could say yes, but unfortunately, no, we don't, not yet. We need to develop those. And so obviously I will be certainly in touch over the coming months to try and figure out how we could work on that. And I think, again, a part of it is just keeping the scope in mind and just saying like, okay, where can we support one another? I think we just need to have those conversations, but we're not even quite at that level yet. And I think part of the issue, and it's kind of like, well, on the one hand, I'm very grateful that we've been able to kind of fast track the process of transforming the P&E into a dynamic coalition. But on the other hand, when you're creating a dynamic coalition, you're also doing a lot of work to get stakeholders on board and to get kind of things moving. Whereas this time around, although yes, we did create a community with P&E, it wasn't kind of self-sustaining. This is what we need to work on now. We need to kind of, right now we need to kind of focus more on the internal organizing, and then we'll focus on the external, because we're not really even sure what it is yet, other than official. And so I know it sounds like a good problem to have, but it's also, right now we have some issues with trying to get, let's say, energy infused into the dynamic coalition, because there's not, because typically, like I said, like there's a clear agenda with clear stakeholders, and it's a little bit more of like, okay, what are we doing? We're not really sure yet. So we need to figure that out.
But I'm just wondering, sorry, just follow up, otherwise I don't want to monopolize the discussion, but I'm just wondering, like, couldn't that energy also come from the codes report and like the priorities they've identified, in the sense of, I saw that they have set up now work streams where everyone's invited to join, to maybe the PNE or the dynamic coalition could be an option to work deeper on some of the issues. So, to like get inspired by what codes is doing or what their priorities are, and kind of align with that, and give people a forum to dig deeper into some topics where codes cannot go deeper. So I don't know, that's just an idea that maybe it would be good not only to focus on the internal, but to really take up that momentum of the codes report as well.
No, it's a great idea, Farina. And yeah, I mean, part of the problem is myself, that I haven't really had the time to focus on this lately, to be honest, because I've been shifting a bit to another. I just got a new job earlier this year, and it's been taking up a lot of my time. And so yeah, but I mean, everything you're saying is a good idea. And yeah, I mean, for instance, if you're not on the DC list, I mean, some of these ideas are, oh, thank you. Some of these ideas are really good, are good discussion points. And yeah, we definitely need to be talking about these things within the DCE, the Dynamic Coalitional Environment. Not so, yeah, we should make sure that we're sharing this, after the fact, and we will. But with that said, I want to take just a quick break, because we're very, I don't want to monopolize the discussion just on the PNE report. It's an important part of this conversation, but the other part of this conversation that's useful, that we wanted to explore, is really trying to help align European stakeholders on kind of what's happening at the moment. What are you working on? What are some areas for collaboration going forward? So specifically within Europe, and we have multiple people that are joining us with, to give some updates on what they're up to. And one of those people is Kaoru from Global E-Sustainability Initiative. She needs to leave in about 6 minutes. So if it's okay with you, Kaoru, I'd love to give you the floor, just so you can give us a brief update about what you all are working on, what your focus is at the moment, any news and whatnot, and so that you can deliver that and leave with no problems.
Sure. Thanks so much, Michael. And yeah, apologies. It's just been back and forth with calls, but thanks so much for having me. I see a few familiar faces, so it's nice to see you all again. And for those that are not familiar, we're the Global Enabling Sustainability Initiative, or GESI. We're based in Brussels, though we have consultants all over, mainly Europe, but we also have an office in Washington, DC. So I do have a very quick presentation, if you don't mind me sharing my screen here. So I may need some rights.
Now you have it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Alrighty. Can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let's try to get into. Okay, great. So just a really quick spiel about what GESI is and what we do. Really quickly, we're an industry association, and we focus on the intersection of digital and sustainability. We have about 34 members and 38 partners, and all we really aim to do is to be the platform to address critical challenges for our planet and society through the enablement of digital technologies. We work especially with sustainability being so broad, we mainly work around climate change, carbon trust, digital trust, circular economy, and supply chain management. But as you can see here, I believe in the next slide, you will actually be able to see that our partnerships also help us kind of shape the sustainability agenda, not only in Europe, but globally. In terms of our thought leadership work, which I would say is really the largest bucket of our work, we publish a lot of reports over the years and some sprinklings of tools that really focus on how to empower companies to ensure that they're making their commitments when it comes to climate change, when it comes to supply chain management, etc. But what I really want to focus on is our latest project called Digital with Purpose. So I'm going to have to go past a few slides here. So Digital with Purpose is a report that we published in 2019. And we published this with Deloitte. And what it found was that it identified that of the 169 sustainable development targets, 103 are directly influenced by digital technologies. And in the report, we actually go through over 500 use cases of how digital technologies that have already been deployed can make a positive impact. In the research, we also analyzed 20 targets and their indicators across the SDGs. And it shows that the expected deployment of existing digital technologies will, on average, help accelerate progress by about 22%, and then mitigate downtrends by 23%. These are 2019 numbers. Of course, now with COVID or post-COVID, these numbers do need to be adjusted. But I think the conclusions of this report, which you can find online on our website for free, still stand. The point is that digital technologies can definitely accelerate when it comes to meeting sustainability targets or Paris Agreement targets. And we're really hoping that as a global platform, as an industry association, we can highlight how our members and our partners have been able to deliver on that and how we can speed up the process. Coming out of the report is what we call the Digital with Purpose movement. So we thought it's one thing to publish a report, it's another thing to actually take action on that. And so what we did was create the movement where it asks mainly digital companies to make a pledge. So they need to promise that they will support the UN SDGs. They need to report concrete action on climate change. They need to be open to impact transparency and regular reporting. And then, of course, they need to actually deploy solutions that have a positive impact. And one of the main questions that our companies will then say is, well, how do you measure that? So we have the movement, this framework, which essentially addresses questions across the SDGs. It's made up of 3 buckets. The first is purpose, responsible business, and digitally enabled solutions. Purpose is essentially, why does your organization or company exist? There's a set of questions they need to be able to answer in terms of material issues that you as a company should be able to prove and answer. And then responsible business looks at the different topics that your companies address. We came up with 5 topics. So digital trust, digital inclusion, climate change, circular economy, supply chain. And then after that, we coupled that with which of the SDGs do your technologies address. So this makes up the framework, and we have standards in place where you as a company would then answer yes or no, or actually give quantitative answers. And that's what we call our Digital with Purpose tool. So because it's still work in progress, it's currently an Excel spreadsheet, but we are hoping that for next year, it will be an actual digital tool. And to just kind of give you an example of which kind of companies would be participating in this, we split them up according to size. So large digital, SME digital, and then non-digital is in the pipeline, but we don't have the metrics or the framework for that quite yet. Ultimately, we are hoping that we'll start with the digital sector, and then we'll expand to the verticals. But since Jesse as an organization is fully focused on the ICT sector, we thought it made the most sense to start with that sector. And just to, again, give you an idea of what the trajectories mean, when companies sign up to this, they start down here as committed companies. And within a year of signing the commitment, these companies are then required to conduct, as I said, the self-assessment based on the metrics that we've established, and then they'll receive an initial performance score. And then every year, hopefully, we'll see progression, and then they'll move to developing, pioneering, and then finally diamond. One thing to flag about this is that DWP members, if they do not move to the next stage, they will be red flagged, and ultimately they may actually be kicked out. And this is our CEO, Louise Neves, this is really his main goal, is to make sure that we're not trying to greenwash. When we say that we will grade you, when you have a score, we mean business. And we will eventually announce that publicly of which companies have been kicked out of the movement. So it still is in this initial phase. We just started this year, and we currently have about between 21, 25 members. And then we have additional partners that represent the vertical sectors. So we're really hoping for this to expand outside of the digital realm in due course. But as I said, this is what Jesse knows best, is the digital sector for the time being. And we will actually be organizing a global summit in Lisbon, 27th of September. We haven't quite publicized it yet because we're still working on the details, but the main aim of the mini summit is really to bring all these actors together, present the concept of digital with purpose as a movement, and essentially make a space for digital companies to actually quantify their progress and provide them with a roadmap to ensure that they actually are doing good in a measurable way. And then, as I said, provide that roadmap for the long term in order to address not only ESG related components, but also just to strengthen this idea of companies doing good and having a purpose. So I hope that was very clear. I'm happy to take just a couple minutes for questions if there are any, but that's the main spiel. So thanks so much, Michael.
You're so welcome, and thank you as well for joining, especially given that I know you're probably full of meetings today. We have at least one question for you, just if you have time.
Sure.
Please go ahead, Elisa.
Thanks, Michael, and thank you, Kauru. Is it? Do I pronounce it correctly? Okay, yes, perfect. So I'm Elisa here. I'm from the Dutch government, from the Ministry of Economic Affairs. I used to be following this topic, but I handed it over to a few other colleagues, but it still catches my interest. I saw that Portugal had joined the digital with purpose. Have you seen other countries also joining this initiative? And so what does it mean if you join as a country?
Sure.
Yeah, could you explain a bit more about that? Thank you.
Yes. So we had launched Digital with Purpose in Lisbon during the Portuguese presidency. And indeed, they did join as a country, and how it looks like for them is that they will be using our climate change metrics for their green public procurement processes. So that has already been deployed. The metrics and the framework has already been put in place, and that's really it. We assist in the monitoring of the evidence, but that the government is the one that really fully takes that over. So for the time being, it's Portugal with their GPP processes. I know that we are also in talks with France and Germany due to our organization's connections, but that really hasn't fully materialized yet.
Marcel, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a quick, very specific question. A couple of weeks, a month ago, I was in a meeting with Luis on this conference in Lisbon, and I just wondered, back then they thought about a fair or an exhibition space as well, and I'm also working with industry stakeholders here in Germany on this topic, and just here and there promoted this event already, and I just wanted to ask whether this is still on the table and what your visions are for that, if you know that, if that's your project.
Yes. So for this year, we've decided to scale it back a little bit because we found that there were still some challenges, not only around COVID, but it was also just, I think we needed time to kind of reintroduce this concept because it is quite a complex product. So we have a scaled out version of this event, and that's the one on the 27th of September, still in Lisbon. Next year, we're hoping for it to be bigger in the sense that not only will it be an opportunity for, speeches and roundtables, etc., but will also highlight existing companies or technology owners to showcase what purpose-led products they have. So that will be, I believe, sometime in the spring. We don't have a full date yet, but indeed that version next year will be much bigger.
And very last question for you from Michelle in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Will the evidence that companies submit be made public so it can be audited, etc.?
Sure. So this is actually something we just completed this week. We have an independent reviewer that we've selected, third party, and they will be the ones, along with the subject matter leads who built the metrics, who kind of thought of the framework, to select 18 metrics where they will require evidence. So it's really up to them to decide whether or not the evidence that has been provided, requested, and then provided is sufficient. We give our companies a year to get used to the process, to correct or gather more evidence. But indeed, right now we're focusing on independent reviewer, 18 metrics across 120 something total metrics. But again, there's no specifics yet on which those 18 metrics are. But I must flag that there is a component of their framework where there are red flags. So if, for example, because I'm actually looking at the tool right now, if we have a company in the supply chain section, and if they say that there is indeed even just 1% of child labor in that, we would consider that a red flag. And that is no tolerance whatsoever. Immediately they would score 0. So there are components of the framework where we have a very strict requirement. And then the rest is completely up to the independent reviewer, which is very much disconnected to the Jessie staff and everyone else who's been a part of this so far. I hope that answers your question. Great.
Well, if there aren't any more questions for you, Kaoru, thank you so much for joining. We really appreciate it. And obviously, feel free to stick around as long as you want, as long as you can. But otherwise, again, this is meant to be very informal, kind of open discussion. We'd be very happy to open the floor if anybody else would like to come on and kind of give us updates about what you're doing with your initiative, with your organization. Likewise, if anybody wanted to continue, had any additional questions for Florina or about the P&E report, etc., feel free to. We can also do that. But Alisa, please go ahead.
Thank you, Michael. I was hoping just to ask one last question to Kaoru, if it's still possible.
Sure.
Of course.
When you mentioned that Portugal about the public procurement, I was wondering to what extent is this tool different than the European green public procurement? I think legislation or initiative. And I was wondering if you also had heard of the Circular and Fair ICT Pact, which also tries to focus on green public procurement, and more specifically in the ICT area. It might be. I hear someone else is also, or see someone else is also in the Zoom, who could also maybe tell a bit more about that. But yeah, it might be interesting to see to what extent that there is cooperation between all these different initiatives. That's what I'm mostly wondering about. And yeah, let's go ahead if there's still time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. No, I was just actually typing in the chat that I do need to hop off, but I'm going to put in my email address. And please feel free to reach out, and anyone else feel free to reach out. And I'll do my best to answer as soon as I can.
Thank you so much, Kaoru. We really appreciate it. And with that said, since she needs to go off, SK, would you like to go ahead and jump in and come in?
Yeah, thank you so much. Small introduction from my side, maybe. My name is Eske van Egerschot. I'm currently leading what used to be called the LEAP Coalition. We've been guests before, so thank you, Michael, for having us again. We are a coalition of companies, universities, and different governmental organizations in the Netherlands, and we focus on sustainable digitalization. We initially started 3 years ago in what we call the Metropole region, Amsterdam, which basically means the Amsterdam region as you all know it. And in February this year, I came on board. I'm a former member of parliament. I've been on this topic for the last 15, 20 years. And the idea was that we make this a national program, a national coalition. So what I did is I extended the current range of partners. So we added a couple of universities, not only the technical ones in the Netherlands, we added a couple of really large companies connected to telecom, digitalization, sustainability. And I was able to talk to basically any ministry involved, seeing what was necessary to be done in the Netherlands, not only to get the topic more on the political agenda, but also really help these different ministries to understand not only what the problem is and why we all feel a sense of urgency, but also more specifically what the chances are that they could stimulate and facilitate, and which obstacles really need to be taken out in order for us to not only be like a front runner nationally, but also internationally when it comes to digitalization and the sustainability of that. So we really believe that, and I already heard this before, we really believe in a twin transition, so that you need digitalization in order to get more sustainable, but that digitalization itself has to be sustainable. So the National Coalition in Holland has gotten together a couple of times and really take a deep dive on, okay, what do we need to do in order to get there? And so right now we're currently writing a manifesto, which will be presented in September with 10 universities, about 100 of private companies, you know, our largest telecom company, but also Microsoft, ABN AMRO Bank, you know, it's a really large scale coalition. And what we're really trying to do is offer really clean cut solutions. So we actually waited for the codes report to be publicized, and then again did another deep dive with all these partners in understanding, okay, these are the great recommendations from the codes group, and most of our partners are also represented in codes. But what is next for our country particularly, and looking at what the current government has stated to be their priorities, how can we fit that into what we feel is needed? And so in September, we will present that manifesto, and hopefully we can keep on building on getting awareness around these chances and opportunities, but also on you know, taking these obstacles away. Hopefully that will lead to very clear ownership within the government on a local, regional, national, and even international level. So that's why I loved being in this call so far, because I'm hearing a lot of opportunities where we can connect to y'all. And because a lot of the chances and obstacles that we flag are not something we can just tackle on a national level. We need to do this at least on a European level, but preferably on an international level. But for the Netherlands, there are two very big challenges. First of all, to understand where on a Dutch level the ownership is of these different topics, because we're talking green software, we're talking about procurement of hardware, we're talking about decentralized solutions where we locally match energy and data usage. So it's a really broad scope of topics that we're currently addressing. So we need to understand not only opportunities and obstacles, but also how to match that with a certain ownership of the different ministries. And also we have learned that it's hard to find, and this is within the triple helix, quadruple helix even, so it's not just a particular thing for the ministries, but we have learned that the specialists who talk energy hardly ever talk digital, and vice versa. So we're also really trying to connect within every organization the energy speaking people, the natives on energy and the natives on digitalization, and really make sure that the exponential growth of data use in the Netherlands, well, everywhere, but in the Netherlands, that can actually be met on a national level with sustainable energy. And so, yeah, so that's really what the focus has been for us. And hopefully, with the new parliamentarian year on its way in September, we can provide a manifesto that will help people understand on a policy level and on a regulators level, regulation level, what we can do in the most tangible way, short term and long term, to really make this happen.
Can I just jump in and say real quick, SK, first of all, thank you so much for being here. I feel like everything you just said perfectly encompasses why we wanted to do this kind of session. And forgive me for not having my video on. I'm in Mexico City at the moment, and that's why I can't be at EuroDIG this year, and it's really early and I look terrible. So please forgive me. But I really, really appreciated hearing about this. And of course, how are we supposed to build capacities and build connections if we don't know who is out there and what they're working on? And that is exactly the point. And so, of course, it's funny how we dived right into it with the P&E and with the dynamic coalition on the environment that was created this year, and obviously with codes. Those are, let's say, now already established organizations or established structures. But of course, it's kind of incumbent upon all of us to see how we can further deepen the kind of interconnectivity between everyone and see, okay, if people need help, do they know where to reach out to? Do they know how to find the resources that they need, etc.? So I just want to say thank you so much for being here and for this kind of update. And of course, I think I can speak for everyone on the call to say that if you're ever looking for insight, advice, networks to assist you, or to offer kind of who is an expert at this or who is doing that, this is exactly the kind of group that you can look to for information like that.
Well, thanks so much, Michael, and I really appreciate this network. It will most definitely help us in the long run to really get some changes done. We're eager to go. We have a coalition ready to fire this up for the Netherlands, but anything we can do in a more international perspective would be amazing. So thank you so much.
Of course. Does anybody have any, before we head over to Marcel to give us, updates about codes, and maybe we should have started there as well. Sorry, Marcel, that we did it. If we just keep teasing, what is this codes coalition? But does anybody have any questions or comments for SK real quick? If not, I'll just say very quickly as well, SK, that Elisa is with the Dutch government, and so if you don't know each other already, she's definitely someone worth connecting with. She's a wonderful human and is doing great work at the Ministry of Economy and Climate. So great. With that, Marcel, why don't you go ahead and take the floor then?
Yeah, I'm pleased to. I mean, I have some slides. I could share them. Maybe it's easier to just quickly run you through the key narrative.
As you wish. It's up to you. And in the meantime, if our host could make Marcel co-host so he could share. Oh, maybe I can do that actually. Oh, here we go. Yeah, now you're a co-host. Now you should be able to share.
Yeah, David Jensen asked me or connected us, Michael and myself, and I'm really happy to join today. And it's, of course, if you are a co-coordinator of codes and the whole codes action plan, it's nice to hear that at least it had some resonance. And some of you already know the product and the process and are part of this coalition. My name is Marcel. I joined UBA, the German Environmental Agency, like half a year ago, and quickly joined, or I'm the key focal point for codes, and also was involved, maybe that's interesting for some of you as well. My prior post was at the WBGU, the German Advisory Council on Global Change, and we worked 2017 onwards on a big report on the sustainable digital age. 500 pages, and also were present at the IGF 2019 with that report. And so it's nice to be part of this big community that grows and grows. And I think I will just leave out the whole broader narrative, the whole prose, if you want. I mean, you are all experts in this field and are aware of the problems we might face, and that there are really two different pathways that lie ahead, and that we are still not on track to a large extent regarding the manifold problems that we still have regarding our sustainability goals and the decade of implementation we are in the middle of. Of course, codes has a rather optimistic narrative as well. So that digital transformation, if done right, can enable sustainable solutions. Here are just some showcased: monitoring, modeling, of course, supply chain transparency. We heard that already. And I just want to maybe briefly jump through the slides to give you a quick meta view on what this codes action plan does. And the coalition itself. The coalition itself is more or less 1 year old now. And it was implemented, built up as an answer to a desiderate, or to do missing links, so to say. So first of all, in the 2015-2030 agenda, the whole digitalization topic wasn't really there. It was missing in its big impact and its challenges it has, and vice versa. Surprisingly, I might say, in the roadmap for digital cooperation of the UN General Secretary, the whole sustainability topic was missing too in its first sketches. And so David Jensen, Dirk Messner, and others intervened and said, okay, well, the sustainability dimension in this field is really important. And so codes is somehow mandated, this coalition is mandated to build on the roadmap process of the United Nations, and to further develop the environmental sustainability dimension in this regard. So this is somehow an official work stream, mandated stream under this process, which of course also helps us in communicating our messages. We have been present at UNEA this year in Nairobi. We published the Codes Action Plan in Stockholm, plus 52 weeks ago. And regarding the political window, so to say, we want to address next. We try to be at IGF, at Internet Governance Forum. We at least applied. But the big process we're looking at is the Summit of the Future and the Global Digital Compact that will be part of the Summit of the Future process, based on the Secretary General's Common Agenda process. And it's not completely clear yet what the final outcome will be next year, but the Tech Envoy office says that member states still have to decide what the outcome will be, but it will be some kind of a political declaration named Global Digital Compact, a couple of pages long. And I hope most of you are aware that the input process already started. So also this process is an open stakeholder input process and you can find the details on the website of the UN Tech Envoy's office. This just as a side note. The Codes Action Plan itself was a co-creative process over 1 year. The community itself has over 1,000 stakeholders or members from over 100 countries. And here on the left side, you see the so-called co-champions. So some of these organizations that carry a bit more of weight, so to say, in organizing the processes, the different stakeholder consultations, organizing conferences last year. And of course, we are also organizing the side events, for example, and coordinated the writing process as well. Briefly on the key narrative of this Codes Action Plan, I mean, what we were really asked for as well, to build on the different stakeholder inputs and to create a clear narrative. And what we propose in this narrative part of the action plan are these 3 systemic shifts that are really needed. So 3 important areas for urgent collective action, if you will. And the shift 1 is about aligning digitalization with sustainable development. So really the core basic fundamental shifts we need to align both of these big transformational developments. Second, mitigating the negative impacts. So thinking about what the sustainable digital infrastructure really means. And I think here, yeah, I can quickly jump on this slide already, because yeah, we then collected the different ideas from the stakeholders and tried to also highlight some strategic priorities for each of these 3 shifts. So in the first shift, so building the fundament, the basis, it's about 6 enablers. For example, it's important as we try to day by day to connect different communities, tech sustainability, people, for example, building competencies in the bureaucracies of the ministries, in science and academia, in the tech companies themselves, at my industry stakeholders and partners, for example, to understand and link these 2 mega topics. Of course, defining norms and standards. And the second shift, as I said, we need to mitigate the negative impact. So think about hard what sustainable digitalization means, from the big energy use, the material base that is really big, from mining to e-waste, let's say, the whole product chain, but also more social and broader global aspects like digital divides in many different aspects, or also rights violations. And the third shift, more or less, then is yeah, what you could call a digital sustainability or digitalization for sustainability. It's about what are the key innovations we really need and to look and invest in that, yeah, pay off, so to say, for our sustainability goals that are on the table already. So, and what we offer here, 6 strategic priorities, again, for example, the planetary digital twin. So more or less the overall thinking, what can we do productively with our environmental data globally? How can we better protect and understand nature and biodiversity, for example? There is still a lot to do, really a lot to do. It's a big buzzword, and many problems are not yet solved regarding circularity, circular economy. Still a lot of things to decide and to innovate. And of course, general other perspectives regarding new knowledge commons we can create, and how to really develop this green digital just transition, creating new access pathways, etc. So this is the general narrative where you can dive in deep, where you can just briefly present 3 shifts to just give people an idea and different stakeholders on what the different problem areas really are. At the end of the Codes Action Plan, we also propose 9 impact initiatives, what we call it. So catalytic initiatives that really try to lever transformational change, that are global in nature and multi-stakeholder based. And I cannot talk about all of them. And they are really just examples. They are small pieces. And for some of these initiatives, we already are in close collaboration with some institutions, and to planning the next step, so to say. For example, the Digital Sustainability Innovation Hubs is a very interesting thing for a lot of people. So UNDP is very interested to do that. The government of Sweden already said it's interested in participating here. the education for digital sustainable development, for example. Our partners in Canada already started to create a coalition on that. And now we're really trying to create different workshop situations, collect interest in these initiatives, but also want to really stay open for other ideas. What are other important impact initiatives that could work and thrive under this umbrella of codes? Yeah, these are just some examples. I think I would skip that. Yeah, and this slide, maybe last slide on the engagement pathways. It's pretty simple. I mean, the biggest role, so to say, to play could be a catalyzer, getting a catalyzer of impact initiatives. So implement an initiative of the action plan or another one that you propose that we can build on together. And we are envisioning some kind of reporting scheme, loose reporting scheme. And this organization could also be on a newly built advisory board. So this is the catalyzer role. The second role we imagine is, of course, the broader action network to register as a codes stakeholder. And we already contributed to build a bigger map in the web. You can access their stakeholder mapping. And of course, last but not least, to advocate, be an advocate on your own as an expert, contribute to the further process, as a lot of you did already regarding the inputs for the action plan itself. Do advocacy work. And of course, I mean, if you are not yet enrolled, you can, I think here is the, for more information, visit the Spark Blue page. So there you can enroll in the newsletter, join the community, so to say, interact online, but also be always, aware what we're doing, what we're looking for, the different engagement processes we are dealing with. So far, the brief presentation, and of course, I mean, we are happy that this big community exists. We are happy that, well, that this really resonates. I mean, it's a big communication work as well, often, and we are now trying and really thinking broadly about the different streams to being kind of a nursery, so to say, for all these different impact initiatives. What is really clear, last sentence, that we as the co-champions of codes cannot really implement these initiatives. So it's really a community thing, building new networks, building new bridges and active coalitions. And this is what is our motivation for the year to come, at least, to get some of these initiatives started and to broaden our collective impact, so to say.
Thank you so much, Marcel. And honestly, it's pretty clear to me after listening, obviously I've been involved with codes, for instance, for ever since the start now. And it seems pretty clear to me that there probably should be a direct link between codes and the dynamic coalition that is formed out of P&E, because the kind of the overlap is just there's too much overlap, let's put it that way, in terms of overall goal. And I mean, I think that a lot of the mission of codes is very complementary. And if anything, maybe DCE could be, the dynamic coalition could almost be like codes, but for the IGF kind of thing. And that's not to say that it's the exact same, but I just mean we would be really remiss to not take advantage of these kinds of synergies. So thank you for that. I want to see if anybody has any questions for Marcel, very briefly, because we're having a good problem, and that is we're actually running out of time, which means that we've had a lot of good discussion. And we did invite one other person to come and talk about what she and Mozilla Foundation are doing, because they've been doing some amazing climate work. Also, she's part of climateaction.tech. She's a part of Branch Magazine. If there are no questions for Marcel, I would love if we could move straight to Michelle.
I mean, just briefly, I mean, we can stay in contact, of course. I mean, I think you're very familiar with David. And I mean, as I said, we might be at the IGF as well.
Great.
And I mean, any kind of collaboration that is useful is, of course, much appreciated. So always.
Hey, Michael, thank you for the invitation and kind introduction. I didn't prepare as a proper presentation, but we'll just share maybe a highlight of some of the work we've been doing with the Mozilla Foundation and the Green Web Foundation. And maybe to complement some of the reports that folks have shared, I think one of the gaps we noticed was the coverage of digital rights and the free and open movement in talking about, a sustainable digital future. And so I shared the link earlier in the chat, but Mozilla and the Ford Foundation and the Ariadne Network commissioned some research, including from collaborators, APC contributed to some of this report where we're going to be talking about recommendations for particularly looking at funders, but also for practitioners and policymakers around how can we ensure a digital rights agenda is integrated into this digital sustainability space, and also to talk about climate justice, which is a topic we also felt was not getting enough airtime. And as people coming from the digital rights space, we had less experience with how to integrate that in, more actively. So maybe I would leave that as kind of one of the main things that we'd like to maybe share or bring into the mix. And also that we're really interested in connecting with, now with more speaking from the Green Web Foundation, interested to connect with folks who are working on ways to show basically like how we might make a carbon aware internet and different techniques for doing that at a standards level, at an open data level, at a cooperative level. We have lots of prototypes and ideas, and we're kind of excited about how we might move towards a fossil-free internet. And would love to work with folks who are interested in setting an ambitious goal, such as a fossil-free internet, and we think we can do it by 2030. And maybe some of these, a target like that could be something that our group could be working towards, that would take all of our different approaches together. Michael, I might defer to you as host if we want to go in more, or maybe leave it the rest of the time for you in the discussion as a group.
Well, first of all, thank you, Michelle. And second of all, three things. First of all, thanks. Second of all, I'm really grateful throughout this entire session so far that I feel like it's been quite multi-stakeholder, as it should be, as is always the spirit of an Internet Governance Forum event, as EuroDIG is. But the third thing I wanted to say is that really it's ultimately up to you, Michelle, because I know that you are so plugged into so many of the different conversations that are happening, not just around the environment as it relates to digital rights, but also as it relates to greener software initiatives, as it relates to quite a broad spectrum of things, frankly. So this whole space is meant to give updates about places to collaborate, invitations, etc. And you feel free to share some more. If not, we can also field some questions.
Yeah, great. Well, maybe I had a question to you all who are more experienced in various UN bodies than I am, but how might we as people interested in this from, in the internet governance space be bringing these topics or connecting to COP? Are there connections between IGF's, working groups and COP? How does it, should there be, could there be? We have some invitations from other groups who are at COP, but it's less connected to the internet governance space. And so I don't know if that's also worthy of discussion or too much of a tangent for you all, but that just seems like something maybe worth connecting the dots on.
I'll bite if nobody else joins, but I would rather somebody else take this, especially Marcel, if you're familiar, or Florina, if you're familiar as well. Hearing nothing, I'll assume that means you want me to continue yapping on. Basically, Michelle, that's a great question, because at the present, there is no direct connection between the IGF or anything that's happening in that sphere and COP, which is quite unfortunate because they're both UN events, and it goes to further reinforce what I've been saying for the past 6 years, which is that we talk about sustainable development, we talk about digitalization, but often they don't you have to kind of force them to intersect, especially when it comes to ICT sustainability in and of itself. How sustainable is our actual computer technologies? So the fact is there's not. That makes me think, though, Linda, that perhaps the DCE, that's another potential role that it could take on, is actually of being kind of a bridge between these two UN bodies. I mean, obviously, a dynamic coalition is specific. It's bottom up. It's stakeholder driven. So but it could be another interface between these different kinds of UN processes that are happening between climate change and technology. So it's definitely food for thought, Michelle. And I don't know, Marcel, if working with codes, if you have anything, because codes isn't necessarily, I mean, it's UN supported, but it's not a UN body. So I don't know if you all have any specific insights or plans to be more involved with other UN processes.
Just to be fully transparent, I missed like 2 minutes because I had to go to the front door briefly. But I mean, generally, of course, I mean, also at WBTU back then, I'm a political scientist, global governance researcher from the sustainability realm, was working on governance questions in my PhD, etc. And back then already we discussed is there the need for an institutional linkage of these two mega transformations? How can the UN better represent that? And I mean, at Codes, we also had these discussions. I mean, from the initiatives themselves, like the first initiative was really like a high-level idea in the context, in the thinking of the Brundtland report, which developed how the UN and how the world dealt with, thought about, conceptualized, institutionalized action on in the environment and development. We echo this and ask for a new Brundtland report, so to say, for the digital age. So this is a really high level idea or initiative to exactly think more about that. I mean, what is needed in the UN system itself to keep this on the agenda and to really shape it. Of course, I mean, there are some institutions, organizations that are relevant for this. I mean, ITU, for example, fora like IGF, etc., where we need some kind of mainstreaming. I don't know if this is the direction you're thinking or asking about. Regarding the climate COPs, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of action to be observable in this regard, I think, from different actors. Of course, like institutionally in these fora, I mean, you need a protocol or so on that, like formally, right? If you want to institutionalize it at this level, protocol on its own on sustainable digitalization or so. I don't know if that's realistic. Or did I miss the point completely? I don't know.
No, that's okay. No, thank you. I appreciate the political science nerdery and knowing like, okay, the way that you can make these institutions talk to each other would be through like a protocol, or that might be a way we could pursue that so it happens more formally. So yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it. And I also see Amali had their hand up, so if they wanted to respond.
Yes, thank you. This is Amali. So I'm from the Dynamic Coalition on Data-Driven Health Technologies. And we have also been asking about, how do we partner? So I think it's something that's quite common in the IGF, how do we partner? We are partnering with the ITU right now. And I think this is something quite common. And I think IGF is, from what I understand, it's sort of influences ICANN a lot, with a lot of members of ICANN with IGF, and I think that's kind of how it's kind of there. And obviously IGF grew out of WSIS, the World Summit on the Information Society, that was established with ITU, but I think we've sort of drifted apart, and there's that opportunity to draw closer. So I just wanted to talk from the sort of IT perspective, and I think closer partnerships are great. And I was fascinated you talked about Brundtland report, because that's something I remember from ages ago, and that'd be really interesting to have an update bringing in the digital in there. I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
seeing where we can interface with the ITU, I think, is also a good idea. And so you all are giving me so many really good ideas, and I need to take back to Rainer, my co-chair, and kind of see how we can move forward. This isn't just about the DCE, but I'm just saying in general, it is making me think of that. But yeah, I mean, Minda, how are we on time? I think we are pretty much at or just about at the limit, yeah, for the session.
Yeah. Yes, we are. I probably can have one or two more questions, very quick ones, if anyone would like to intervene. But I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just wanted, before it moves on, I just wanted to point out that there was some conversations about, we can make the work of the DCs visible, and especially now with this new coalition. And I think first we decided, or we thought that it was important to have this coalition. Sorry, I have my video off. Because it could be this connection that was missing, could be the missing link. And that's obviously, as you said, very strong connections with code. So I think that the relationship would be important. And the other thing I was going to say is that because over the years, even though ICT, digitalization, environment and sustainability, all these issues were there, but they were not connected. That's possibly one of the reasons why the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition, which I represent, decided to take this conversation to the IGF. And it's very interesting how things move on. And nowadays, we are not just talking about having this conversation, is about there are so many conversations, how can we connect it together? And I think that was obviously the purpose of this session, and I think that is great that it's working this way. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, everyone. I think that has been very, very interesting points and a very interesting discussion. And I think that we should continue this either here at EuroDIG or moving to the DCE, but definitely keep these links together.
I completely agree, Minda. Yeah, sorry, everyone. I completely agree. I also invite everyone, if you're not already on the DCE list, to join the list. You know, it's I can put the link in the chat if I can find it quickly enough. But otherwise, the point is that we want to keep these discussions going. We want to keep these discussions going within the IGF ecosystem, so that includes regional events like EuroDIG, as well as the global IGF, which this year will be at the end of November in Addis Ababa. And so the idea is that a few years ago when we started, not many people were talking about this. Now, a lot of people are talking about this, which it's great, but it's a bit of a double-edged sword, because if we're talking, if all these different people and all of these different spaces are talking, then they're not communicating with each other, then there could be problems that arise, or there could be a lot of duplication and whatnot. So it's really important that we continue these conversations. I want to thank everyone for joining. This has really been useful. It's been wonderful. And in case anybody has any further questions, or if you want to talk more about how we can collaborate, please don't hesitate to get in touch. Otherwise, thank you as well to our hosts and to the people joining in the room, and to our, let's say, on-site moderator in Trieste. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you, everyone. I just wanted to mention that tomorrow there's another session at the EuroDIG ICT environment. Michael, do you have the time? Workshop one, I think it's in the morning.
It is in the morning. I won't be able to be there because it'll be like 3 a.m. my time. Yeah, I think I want to say it's at 10:30 or 10:45.
Yes, I can have a look.
AM, CEST.
Yeah, exactly. 10:30, from commitments to action, assessing the effectiveness of pan-European policies and regulations for the green digital transformation. So this is a great discussion, a follow-up of these conversations, because it's really looking into what Europe has been doing, how it has been transforming the commitments into action. So join if you are around.
Thank you very much to all the participants, the moderators and the organizers. We'll have a 15-minute break, and then if you want to join us for the next session, a celebration of youth voices in Internet governance, it starts at 4:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. This is Sophie and Carlota. We're here in Trieste, and we're waiting for a few. We have to wait for a few more minutes, and then we will start the pre-event 7 session and celebration of youth voices in internet governance. So just hold on for a few more minutes, and then we will start. Thank you.
Perfect. Can I test whether you can hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Hi, I'm Daphne. I'm one of the moderators.
Perfect. Let us know when you're ready to start.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you, or whoever is behind the screen.
I think we're all complete, so we're good to start. So hello and welcome, everyone. Welcome to the session on Day 0, a celebration of youth voice in internet governance, organized by YCIG, the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. We're very happy to be in Trieste, because we're in Trieste, together with the amazing EuroDIG group who's sitting around us and who's very happy to hear about everything that is going on in the field of internet governance, because we already got many questions the past few days about, hey, we actually worked in EuroDIG for the past few days. What can we do after this? And I think this will be a great inspiration. And we want to thank EuroDIG a lot for being willing and able to have this session today. So the session will be consisting out of 2 parts. We will first focus on the achievement of some of the speakers and their organizations. And then secondly, we will have a discussion about how can the collaboration between the different organizations that are there, between also the speakers that are available during this session, how can this collaboration be further improved so that it can even lead to more achievements in the upcoming year or years. So we would like to start with a focus on all the achievements and all the great work that the speakers have been doing. So I would first like to welcome Veronica to start off.
Thank you. You are starting with me because I'm here next to you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a privilege. I'd like to talk about my working group is the Youth SG, is a youth standing group of the Internet Society. The Youth SG is a working group of the Internet Society focused on youth empowerment. It counts more than 1,800 members from all over the world, and our purpose is, to increase the participation of young people in internet governance, to empower them to occupy influential spaces in internet governance, and support young voices, and create safe space to develop a project that empower young people. The Youth SG has undergone a sort of transformation over the last 7 years. It was formerly known as Youth Observatory. It was founded in 2015. And so it's almost 8 years of its existence. It was founded in 2015 by a group of Brazilians at the IGF in Brazil in 2015, and the year after, it was recognized by the Internet Society as a special interest group and has taken the name of EuroDIG. In 2022, so this year, then it actually underwent a sort of global expansion. It was initially formed as a Latin America group of interests of young people from Latin America. But then when it became as a special interest group, it got expansion, global expansion, and now we are like a global transcontinental group, and grouping together a lot of young people from different continents, and also empowering them and promoting their collaboration, cross-continental collaboration. This year we have received the permanent status by the Internet Society. We are a standing group, and that means that until we provide value to our community, we are going to exist within the Internet Society as a global organization. And that also gives us, the leadership, but also the community, a more constant presence, more stability, because that means that we can have a more long-standing or long-term perspective. We can develop a long-term vision of how we are going to empower young people in this ecosystem. And what we do and how we do that, first of all, we try to include young people, to empower the inclusion of young people in the internet governance by fostering their presence in session of the IGF, for example. The second thing is that actually we also create a safe space for young people to develop projects and give them visibility within this ecosystem. And how we do? Actually, we use a bottom-up approach, and we crowdsource the development of projects. That means that we engage the community, the entire community. It's not the leadership group that takes the decision, but we brainstorm, input from the base, the member base. And that is a great instrument to empower young people to be active over the year. And can I mention some of the projects that
definitely, because it's about the achievements of this year. So.
Yes. So some of the projects that the Youth Observatory before and the Youth SG is trying to continue. The Youth Observatory was the founder of the Youth Lab IGF. We actually own the domain name. We have mentoring. The Youth Observatory and the EuroDIG have been active in mentoring young people. I've been mentored personally by the previous board members as a Youth IGF, as an Internet Society Youth IGF ambassadors, and we keep doing that job also this year. And last year, the EuroDIG co-partnered with the Youth IGF Poland for the Youth Summit, and this year we co-partnered with the YCIG for the call for workshop proposal to submit to the IGF 2022. And as a project, we have a project published into our website that is creating, the name of this project is Creating Networking, and is an interactive global map that shows youth initiative at global level. And it shows basically grassroots youth-led organization working in internet governance, youth IGFs in some of the countries, and we want to implement that project, making it more interactive and enabling accessibility by the community. Also, people that are not part of our, yes, I see that Nicolas has posted link, and actually trying to implement this program, this project, and allowing also people that are not actually part of our community to help us to create, to map their initiatives, and take a step up into expanding and making this more updated, I would say. And we had also two projects. two initiatives through which we gave also visibility to young people. The first is the Youth Atlas. It was published in 2019, and it's basically a book telling a story of young people actively involved in internet governance, and is mapping their profile and their activity and their impact. And what we are doing this year is empowering, stepping up, allowing the member base, the members that are not in the leadership, that have not a leadership role in the Youth SG, to step up as speakers. And this year, for the first time, we gave also the opportunity of members of collaborating with ITU Generation Connect Youth Summit, and they have actually cooperated with them in organizing one of the session and leading and co-leading that session. It was a very, it's a very proud moment for me and for them. That was one of the first time that we held such thing. What I would like to celebrate in this case, I would like to celebrate the youth voices by, celebrate the way we have been able to create a community. And this is important because it's not easy. It's quite rare that a small group, a small organization born in the Latin America, then became actually a global organization, attracting every year new members and empowering them to step up and actually be involved and being active. And this peer mentoring, strategy, and I would say activity and vision that we have to empower other young people to enter and stay within the internet governance is something that we see very rarely in this ecosystem, or not in this ecosystem, but in general in the world, as as in the economy or in our social life. So I would like also to celebrate the fact that the Youth Observatory before the Youth SG, the Youth Standing Group is also empowering young professionals. Young people that were part of the UC are now young professionals that have they have an active role in the mainstream environment, as a government advisor, in academia and in corporation. And they also bring the vision, the principle, and the value of the youth community into the mainstream area. So we are growing as a community, not only number-wise, but also trying to bring in our value and our perspective in mainstream now slowly, because we are growing, number-wise, but also our age, we are getting older. So those who were youth now are young adults, or they will be adults in the future.
Thank you so much. And I think it's super inspiring to see how such a local initiative grew further and further, and is now actually such a big and important part in the internet ecosystem. And we're also super happy as YCIG to work together and create some great IGF proposals. So hopefully we'll continue working together. You already mentioned Youth IGF Poland, and that brings me to my second speaker of today, Emilia.
Hi, hello everyone. Hello everybody online and everybody on site. I hope you can hear and see me well. Amazing.
Perfect.
Yeah. So yeah, I am a co-founder of the Youth IGF Poland. And also we, as the organization, we have had the pleasure to co-organized the last year's IGF and especially the last year's Youth Summit at the IGF in Katowice. So maybe I will start with just quickly telling about the process, and then I will move further to the other parts, like as Veronica started it, what I would like to celebrate about it and about the future of the youth involvement. So last year we started with webinars, with 3 substantive webinars about different topics connected with the internet governance to gather the interest, the attention of young people who could potentially be interested in joining the IGF, joining the Youth Summit. It was especially targeted to the newcomers who have never heard about the IGF or have heard about it, but they don't really know what it is, how they can get involved. And after that, together with 2 other organizations, with Youth Observatory, now Youth Standing Group, and with Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, we joined forces and we prepared the Project Youth Summit, which consisted of 80 participants who were selected via the process of call for applications. And those 80 participants, they were divided into 8 thematic groups. Each topic was connected with the different field of internet governance, like digital access, environmental sustainability, cybersecurity, etc. And each group was led by youth coordinator, who was an expert from Youth Observatory or Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, and whose role was to guide the participants through the process. And also each group was supported by a mentor. For example, Veronica was one of them. And with this guidance, all the groups aimed to create set of points of action, kind of policy papers in which they would express what their thoughts, opinions on what are the existent challenges in different fields of internet governance, what solutions they would like to propose, and to which stakeholders, to which bodies they would like to target these solutions, like who's the potential supporter of making these solutions happen. And what I think I really enjoyed, and I think it is something worth celebrating, is that first of all, this process was made by youth for youth, so by 3 youth organizations, of course with support of NASK, the organization from Poland, with the government and with the IGF Secretariat, but the main drivers of the process were us as youth. So it has a lot of advantages. For example, we felt really close to our participants. They always had an opportunity to say if they like something or if they didn't like something, or it was just, we could tell that the product of this whole process was really the ideas of young people. So like nobody imposed on us what exactly they would like to see there, or even had major influence on that. Of course, there were some also disadvantages, like the lack of resources, because we weren't the professionals, we all have done it in our free time. But anyway, I think that the energy that was created was something really worth celebrating, and I think it is because of the cooperation that we have had between different youth initiatives. Because as a local initiative, Youth IGF Poland, we wouldn't have so much international perspective without our partners from other organizations. So what I think it is also the main topic of this session is that key to moving the youth involvement further. It's like finding platforms for different youth organizations to have the dialogue, to cooperate on different projects. Like we as Youth Coalition, as also Veronica mentioned, cooperate with Youth Standing Group. I don't have time to speak about Youth Coalition, which is, I think, also does a lot of things worth celebrating. So I hope that one of my colleagues speaking later will mention this. Yeah, but what I think is great that we are having this meeting, and I really hope to also hear from participants your comments and thoughts on how to build this platform for dialogue between different initiatives being active around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think EuroDIG Poland is another amazing example of how something local can have such a worldwide impact, especially because everyone is still talking about how amazing the Youth Summit was and how they hope that it was like that every year. Preferably hoping that you and the others at like the EuroDIG Poland are willing to help out again. So that is absolutely amazing. And I think another very good example of something that starts locally and then in the end has a worldwide impact is Generation Connect with its regional groups. And in the end, working towards the Global Youth Summit that was taking place, I think a month ago, I have to say, with the preparations of EuroDIG, I kind of missed out, but that's why I'm very happy that Daniel is here to talk a bit about it. So Daniel, I'll give you the floor.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Great. So my name is Daniel. I'm originally from Albania, born and raised in Greece. Right now, I'm in the US for studies. And I wanted to do this introduction, so maybe breaking the ice with the other participants, maybe putting in the chat where they are currently residing and from where they are from. And this is really interesting because everywhere I go within this ecosystem of internet governance, I just see that the room is just full with people coming from diverse backgrounds. And it's always interesting that once we become active in those participatory rooms, we just see that the flow of ideas not only comes from like certain backgrounds, but it's so diverse all over the place. And I would just start that the ornament that you see right here was from Rwanda, where we did our conference in the Youth Summit, the Generation Connect Global Youth Summit. It was a great experience, first time for me in Africa. But not only that, I had also the opportunity to meet youth from 115 countries. Very big events on steroids, I would say. Meeting people all the time almost felt too much, but at the end of the day, it's still refreshing to recall the memories. I would say when we started the Youth Summit, or actually before starting Youth Summit, it was December of 2020 when we got a call for collaboration between youth and the International Telecommunication Union. The first region that started this collaboration was in Europe. So our group initially started with a paper, which was a youth paper with different criteria where we had to collaborate with the Europe office and then see the main priorities that youth all over Europe has the main stake and the main importance to focus on, which was primarily cybersecurity, policy and regulation, engagement, and the environment. And after that, we had the opportunity to present this policy paper in different venues all across Europe, starting with different member states from the International Telecommunication Union, from different other agencies throughout the United Nations, And we just had the opportunity to have this bridge between policymakers and youth, because at the end of the day, the majority of high adopters of internet are youth. And we came up with this idea that since we are the main people who are using the internet infrastructure, why not having a stake and a seat at the table of those decision-making processes? And to be honest, prior to joining Generation Connect, I had been participant in many other events, and I would ask myself, why would I join another event? I mean, I've been part of ICANN, of RIPE NCC, of Internet Society, of many other organizations throughout Europe focused on internet governance. But the main idea was that previous experiences were mainly just about engagement and just to give us a foot at the door for processes on how we need to be engaged in internet governance. But we didn't really have any interface in policy making processes and talking with policymakers and kind of have a stake to maybe lobby our main issues that we want to bring into the table. And this was a one-of-a-kind experience. And we really thought that we needed to push ideas, like enough is enough at some point, because we always say engagement, but at some point we need to make the process more meaningful, and definitely pushing our ideas in the policy-making realm was the main, let's say, North Star in this project. And after a few months, this got even broader. We had regional groups from all the continents, youth working with their own regions to push policy-making processes. And after we saw that this spread out all over the world, then we said, why not bringing all this youth together and working on a common goal? And since 2020, we started working about the Youth Summit, which unfortunately we were not able to do last year due to COVID. But finally, after many brainstorming sessions, we came up with the ideas, with speakers, with all the stakeholders that need to take place. And by the end of the process, we also came up with a youth call to action, which had 5 main themes and priorities. And what we tried to do is that since Youth Summit was also happening before the World Telecommunication Development Conference, which is a big venue for all the policymakers from all states to lay out, let's say, the main policies that they need to push forward for the next year in internet governance, and not only. So having this before the venue, we were able to bring our ideas to the front and discuss with policymakers so that they would kind of have us on top of their priorities. And it was a very nice experience. We had the opportunity to talk with many policymakers. And I think that our North Star for now is to not only making people understanding what internet governance is, not only understanding all the infrastructure that actually exists, but actually acting. It's time to act. It's time to understand that we are equally as important into the process, and that we can bring as worthy of as ideas to the level of creating policies that can actually impact different regions throughout the world and can have our signature at the end. So this was something important to understand, that we are equals among equals, and kind of pushing our agendas forward through those different activities was very empowering to meet youth from all over the world and understand their struggles, their important issues throughout the regions. So I would definitely invite you to read our youth call to action, which is in our main website of Generation Connect, and also the different activities that we'll be having in the future. And I think that very soon, most of the regions will start accepting more people to join their groups. Actually, Europe 2 months ago actually accepted a few more students into their own batch. So we will definitely be happy to include more people into the policy making processes where youth is at the forefront. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was so amazing to see like what a big impact it made, and it was so great to see that even when I was in the Netherlands, to see the amazing things you were doing in Africa during the summit. I'm very impressed. But someone else that made an impact as well over the past year, especially by attending the IGF MAC meeting to represent the youth, which was amazing news for the whole youth community to actually have a voice at that table, was Lily. So Lily, I would like to give you the floor.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where in the world you are listening. And then I'm trying to keep the time. So I have my phone right at the right side so that I'll be looking at the time that I'm using. But I'm so excited to meet all of you. And I hope you all took some time to join the session that was just before this one, the one on the launch of the youth track, because as we learned, the things that we discovered when it comes to digital transformation will feed into many of the things that we'll be talking about in subsequent sessions. So if you're a part of that, you want to take the time to give in your thoughts, tell us what it is that you want to focus on, because I'm going to go into why I'm excited about it. Because for the next one, we are trying to have the session run in tandem with what we are doing at the African Youth Internet Governance Forum this July. So by way of introduction, my name is Lily Adina Mbochi, and I'm glad to have had the opportunity to be in spaces where we try not only to amplify youth voices, but to see how we can collaborate to have some of the work we do also be moved on further. And I'm happy for the initial speakers, Veronica, Emilia, and Daniel, starting us off on things that have been happening in their regions. And I'm particularly excited also because I've had the opportunity to also work for the Internet Society Youth Special Interest Group, and now to have successfully handed over to Veronica and her team. Today, I'm going to be focusing on some of the work we've done when it comes to the Ghana Youth IGF and the West African Youth IGF, and then to move on to the African Youth IGF. Maybe you didn't know, but Africa has the most youthful population in the world. And that means that when it comes to having people to really put in efforts to youth events, we get some of the traction coming from the region a lot. But there are many things that stifles our ability to really give out our all. But in as much as we've had some of these hurdles, there have been some successes that have come from the work we've been doing. And I'm going to give you an example. In 2019, we had the opportunity to go to the Gambia to organize the very maiden edition of the West African Youth Internet Governance Forum. What came from that event was what we are also proud of now, which is the ability to tap into what we had as the founding or the starting of the Youth IGF in West Africa, to move on to now to hold the event this year online as a hybrid. In fact, it was a hybrid event sort of, and then to move on to also take what we are doing in the West Africa region straight to the African region to have the very first, the second capacity building session holding in our region. So now from 2019, we try to have companies especially fund the travel of some of the young people who came or attended the event. And I think if you've listened to many youth people or many young people, you see that one of the things that is a hurdle is funding. People are excited to be a part of it. People are excited to want to contribute. But there's a difference from when you are live on site and seeing how things go, and then when you're also on site and probably just contributing in your small way. Sometimes even funding will not look only as a travel support, or look even as data support for people who are even joining online. Think about young people who are just in school and trying to find ways to graduate and managing what their parents have given them, or probably just in small jobs and all of that. And funding is a big one. So one of our success stories from the years have been the funding we had from external partners to be able to support us to continue the work we're doing. And this year we want to take that forward. And for people who are coming to the African Youth Internet Governance from the African region. We are looking at speaking to partners. And right now we've had a commitment, I think, from GIZ, GIZ supporting about 15 or close to 20 people to attend the African Youth Internet Governance Forum. And I think it's exciting for us because we have young people from other places joining even the local organizers to also have the event really pretty much go on. Now, from 2019, we moved on to 2020, there was a pandemic and we all were pretty much locked into our houses, into our homes. And we saw the need for connectivity and the need for all of us to pretty much be, find a way of making the offline world, making the offline world making a replica of the offline world on the online spaces. And it took us to do a lot of events online. And in 2019, we moved, in 2020, we did 2 tracks of our Youth IGF for West Africa, Youth IGF. What we did was to have pre-events in both French and English. And I think this is it was a big one for us. Many times you have language as a barrier, but we try to have tracks, about 4 each, happening in French and English, because in West Africa, we have the Anglophone Africa and we have the Francophone Africa. So we try to do all those pre-sessions that were in English and French and to have experts to speak to us so that we can build what we call recommendations that will fit into our main event for 2020, and we did that. In 2021, we didn't have a West African Internet Youth Governance Forum, but we had most of the youth 7 on the steering committee of the main West African event and speaking on sessions. And that was so good for us because we, at a point, looked at how we're able to move from just having youth spaces where young people were only speaking to bringing our voices to the spaces where different stakeholders were. And we could also influence some of the discussions that were ongoing. Now, all these years from 2019, we've also had the Ghana Youth Internet Governance Forum running. And what we've tried to do is to make ourselves feel like a conduit where people are able to know what the IGF is and how they can participate. So that was how we tried to move on with our activities in the Ghanaian space, pointing people to resources, pointing them to opportunities, and now trying to tighten up how they can find support for activities beyond just their engagement in the forum. And some of our discussions have had some results where we've seen dialogue start online on communication tasks, especially in Ghana. And we're excited that young people are doing that. I mean, some people have gone on to move from just the Ghanaian space to the West African space to do School of Internet Governance, and then to also start even, campaigns to advocate to things that matter to them. And now I'll round up because I have about 1 minute more and talk about what we did at the EGM. We all see how things are changing this year, and we see the support you're trying to rally for all young people to be a part of it through your youth coordinators at the various. EGM was one of the points where we saw that when you speak, there's an opportunity for things to change. And that is why I want you to leave here remembering that aside being just a youth and being part of youth stakeholder group, you're also expert in your own ways. You're expert because you've been trained in those areas. You're expert because you're researching. You're expert because you're connecting in those areas, and you're able to contribute on the spaces that matter. The AGM allowed us to ask the questions after the IGF, what else? And to also ask the questions, what are the entry points for people into the IGF, and how are they guided from potential entry points through to when they become leaders? So these are some of the things we're trying to bring to the space where stakeholders are, to point them to what are hurdles for us in our participation and access, and to see how they can be sustained. Because beyond the event, we want sustainability and how it can transform from just the speaking to things that are actionable. So by way of successes and things that are still ongoing, this is a very top level what is happening with us. And I'll be here to answer any more questions and then to take this further. Thank you so much.
Perfect, thank you so much. And that was incredibly inspiring. And it's so nice to see it's actual a discussion that's been going on here as well. Like, how do you actually get funding to like go everywhere and like attend and well, to be on site and to like actually make an impact while speaking with people in person. And it's so inspiring to see that you're working with companies to get funding. And I think here in Europe, especially Western Europe, I think we can still learn a lot from it. So like, I think we definitely should have a chat sometime to like figure out a game plan. So now from Africa, we go to the other side of the ocean, and we go to Latin America. And I would love to give the floor to Nicolas, if he's here.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, talking from Uruguay in South America here, first of all, many thanks to the organizing committee of EuroDIG for the opportunity to be part of this session. My name is Nicolas Fimarelli. I am a computer engineer, a networks engineer, actually, part of the technical community of the IP addresses registries on the internet. I work at LACNIC, that is the regional registry for the LAC region. And well, I co-founded the EuroDIG Uruguay in 2016. That is an initiative that seeks to introduce new young people to the current internet governance discussions. We have had several courses, mainly at the university level, but also at some public places also, encouraging more young people to participate at these discussions. We know that everyone heard in the news about digital transformation, about digital problems or issues in the countries, right? All the time, privacy, misinformation, fake news. So this is very important that the people to understand that there is a place to discuss all these things. And it's an open and non-binding space. I will explain a little more in a moment. Well, about the EuroDIG Uruguay, is a group conformed by 10 people, mainly with different backgrounds, from the technical, the private sector, social also, and lawyers. And also this last year, we have some representatives from the government. And in 2019, I had the great opportunity to be chosen as a youth ambassador by the Internet Society program to participate in IGF in Berlin. Well, the same program is currently open for you all to close in a few days, so you can still apply. It's a program designed for enthusiastic young people between 18 and 30 years old, interested in learning and shaping their voices at the global IGF, because this is an open space. Well, a complete introduction to the topics and the process itself is provided in this preparatory course. Yes, really it's a good pleasure, because in 2020 I was a mentor in the same program, and in 2021 I was very lucky enough to be able to actively participate on site in Katowice. And well, and now at the beginning of 2022, I was elected by the community to continue the activities of the Internet Governance Youth Coalition for the Latin American region. I will talk a little only about what the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance is, that Daphne, Emilia, Mauricia, and Shena are also part of. Together with the Youth Standing Group, we have had several activities this year. For example, the IGF workshop proposals open for the young people to contribute with their ideas. We touch issues such as quantum computers, quantum communications, and also different things like childhood online safety. So the YCIG, is, I will explain shortly, is an open non-commercial group, which is a stakeholder neutral, really, and encouraging youth collaboration and enriching the youth participation at the local, national, regional, and also in the international internet governance discussions. Well, we are like young activists from different organizations, from the different backgrounds and sectors like civil society, government, and all. And the idea is to always share and collaborate to shape these ideas and best practices from the local to the regional to the global level. And well, now I am going to go a little slower, but I will have some 3 or 4 minutes. My journey started at the Youth LAC IGF event that were the day 0 of the LAC IGF, the regional IGF in Latin America and Caribbean, in Costa Rica in 2016, where a group of young people from different countries, Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, the guys that were creating the Youth Observatory at that time were coordinating these preparatory courses for the LAC IGF, right? Like a preparatory activity focused for young people to participate at the LAC IGF, the main regional IGF meeting of that moment, on topics about human rights and the internet, cybersecurity, which took place in a high school with guest speakers from different organizations like the technical community, talking to these students, the high school students, about how the internet works. Being my first experience in internet governance as a young technician, I was really surprised on how these students already have like clear concepts about DNS, IP addresses, and probably thanks to the intense use they make to the access to access and host games and social networks, right? I was also surprised at how several of them had well-founded opinions on the hot topic issues on internet governance, like the right to be forgotten, freedom of expression, access to knowledge. And so it was there that I began to understand where this internet governance came from, and how by bringing young people and their ideas closer together, we could improve local and regional public policies. So then I co-founded the Youth IGF Uruguay, as mentioned, and began to work very closely with some youth initiatives, which today is, for example, the Youth Standing Group that Veronica is part of on the Internet Society. And we embarked this year on continuing with these processes as the workshop for the IGFs and several activities. And what is important to celebrate here is that, from my opinion, over the years, I have seen collaboration between regions, such as the Latin American group with the West African Youth IGF a few years ago, also the Youth Summit in Berlin, and the Global Youth Summit activity in Berlin and Katowice. So all these sharing lessons learned have a strong degree of cultural differences that complemented each other to improve these youth initiative processes. And something that I think important to mention is the voluntary spirit to create these networks, right? No one is paying these people to create these networks, right? It's our own advocacy that make us to do this. And to promote local talks on youth engagement and inclusion is something vital, and we must continue to replicate this model in all the countries that are missing. I have also seen how several of my colleagues have had an impact on their own communities. As Veronica mentioned, they are more meaningfully participating and promoting inclusive dialogues between stakeholders. So participating both in local chapters and in projects with community networks, education and digital literacy, for example, also seeing how young people themselves, also with different cultures, we are the ones who make internet governance process evolve over the years. So the inclusion of more sophisticated tools in the sessions to have better remote participations like Mentimeter, Miro platform, the organization of the Youth Summit, and some of the things that make one feel a little proud of what could be achieved, even step by step, because what is coming for the new generation is a much more expanded IGF, in my personal opinion, and that is what I would like to mention on this conviction. I was hearing in the morning about the direction of the Katowice messages for this year and the inclusion of all the stakeholders, including policymakers in parliamentary roundtables and the youth, right? So the outcome being disseminated more at this governmental level. The most important message here I could tell for the new young people in internet governance is that this forum is open, non-binding. This means that everything that is discussed has no legal character or effect. It's a base of recommendations, really. Currently, the widest ever created set of recommendations in a process that is increasingly inclusive and expanded with this hybrid model, right? After the pandemic, with local hubs, with all these opportunities and the value of including the interest and the statements of all the sectors in the table. With that, I will finish my speak here. I hope you can catch something from what I told for your own purposes, and please be in touch with the full team of Youth Coalition. If you want to really create your own youth initiative, we could really help you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. And I think it's a great example how the youth like IGF, very similar to EuroDIG here at EuroDIG, a youth-led and a youth-participated event that's going on, led to the development of further events and further organizations, and which in turn led to further collaborations. I think it's a great example here for the participants that even a small start as this can have such a big impact that even years later you're still active and coming up with the greatest ideas and working on the most amazing projects. So now from Latin America, I would like to go to the other side of the globe. Well, actually, like, look at the other side of the globe, but I think Jenna is actually still in Canada. So Jenna, take the floor.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, and all the speakers who gave so much insight about what we have done. And very happy to see all of you with the beautiful smile at the venue there, because I think I missed physical event. It's been years since I last met all our youth community members. Probably last time I meet all of you was in Berlin. And that was that 1 year. And first year, I start to feel like the youth community is getting stronger and stronger. And solely from that point, I appreciate everyone who put so much effort in making our youth voice, you know, to the main discussion level at IGF or other internet governance events. And from Asia Pacific perspective, I personally learn a lot from the European community, because you guys done a great job in EuroDIG and EuroDIG, and Asia Pacific, it's also a really, really big community, which is hard sometimes to engage everyone. So perhaps today it's also a really great improvement that such a workshop is held today, where all coordinators of all regions sit together, simply giving updates. I think this is very important. Hello, everyone. This is Jenna. I am the Youth IGF of Hong Kong and the Asia Pacific, and I've been working on this 2-year initiative for 4 years now, I guess. Life been changing, especially after the pandemic. This year, in September, Asia Pacific IGF is going to be held in Singapore again. But I believe in Asia, the context is slightly different. Even though we are going to make it a hybrid meeting, not everyone will be fully comfortable attending a physical meeting. So there's still a lot of uncertainty, but I'm happy that our global youth community is supporting each other. Especially, we are trying to work with IGF Secretariat on hosting different collaborative events. And I think this is really important, because for most of the young people, our participation is mainly restricted by financial matters. And for the event perspective, how big we can make our event, or whether we can push it to more people, it solely depends on funding sometimes. And this affects how the youth community grow in the internet governance community. And so I appreciate such work that we are doing with EuroDIG and also Youth SG this year. Most of the speakers shared most of the thing I'm involved, because I'm in YCIGs this year, and there isn't much happening in Asia just yet, because all our event will happen later this year after September. And hopefully by then we will get more Asia Pacific representative involve the global community, because comparing to all the other regions, sometimes we find it hard to participate, especially some of them are lacking fundings, or some of them are simply cannot join because they have other commitment, or the time zone is very hard for them to participate. But as I said, we're all working on it right now. And at a regional level, and as a youth IGF coordinators, I try to make the youth IGF more diverse and inclusive, as in inviting different youth IGF to get involved at the regional event, so we can continue our work internally at the regional level. And so people will get more involved, because sometimes it is hard for them to actually know what is happening, because some of the time we got the information, but then the information didn't get to be disseminated to them. And so they didn't know about it. And that's why even now, whenever I get the chance to promote about internet governance to anyone in Asia Pacific, I would highly recommend them to join YCIG mailing list, because there this year, I think steering committees and all our members putting so much effort in having regular meeting, checking out whether we can have the capacity to have collaborations, and also having regular bi-weekly newsletter out, including all the new IG events or relevant information spreading to our community every month. So this is a really good resources for them to learn and try to adjust the expectation on how they want to engage in this community. I believe we have been doing so much, and I could see everyone's are doing the great work and putting so much effort to get the youth community stronger and stronger in their own regions. And I believe with our collaborations and some more workshops like this one, we'll be able to get the global youth community stronger. And so at some point, and very soon, I believe, we will be able to take a very important role in the major discussion overall in internet governance community, because at the end of the day, we do not want the youth community to be labeled as youth community forever, and our discussion to be separate in a parallel kind of format. So I believe that's what we're going to do now. And just in one last thing, next year, the global IGF will be in Asia finally after so many years. And we've been talking about it for quite a while. And I believe many of these youth leaders that are involved at the moment are aware of that. And so I appreciate even from youth level or to a higher level, they're kind of like reaching out to Asia Pacific Youth IGF to see what we can do and get prepared for next year, so we can have our youth summit continue every year. And I appreciate how people are starting to get aware, and then we actually get the discussion to plan strategically or plan ahead together for the youth discussion. And that's actually something didn't exist in before. And so I really appreciate what we are actually doing right now, and hopefully we can continue in that way. That's it for me today. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, and I think you very well illustrated what Lily is now saying in the chat, that there shouldn't be any silos, and that we should all just occupy the space that we deserve, to say like that. And I truly hope that the Asian representation gets improved, because it's such a pleasure to work with you, and I always find it such a shame to like miss out on the insight from that part of the world. Partially because of the time zones, because it put up in the middle of the night if you were back in Asia. So hopefully next year, with the IGF being in Japan, we can all meet, and hopefully that will have such a positive, good impact. And I think you also very well showed how the engagement and collaboration is such importance. And I think all the speakers we've heard today showed very well that the collaboration leads to something so amazing and leads to such great results. And that is something that we, on one hand, would love to celebrate, of course, what we're doing throughout the past hour. And on the other hand, I also think it's a very ongoing process of improvement. And that's kind of what we wanted the second part of the session to be about, to actually focus on, hey, how can this collaboration that's going on be further improved, and then what can we do? Starting with a session like this, where there are people and organizations from all over the world. But for leading that conversation, I would love to hand over to my co-host, Mauricia, if she is online.
Hi, Daphne, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Hello. Okay, that's fantastic, because we had such a fantastic conversation, both online and in the room, in the chats. There's been some important points that have been made, and I'm really excited to hear everyone's voice. This is the point of our session and our discussion where we really want to hear your thoughts as well. Hello from South Africa to everybody else in the world. It's winter here right now, so I hope that you can share some of your sunshine as well. That would be very appreciated. And just as Daphne said, we really want to focus now on how can we improve, right? In our various regions, we are all doing very specific levels of engagement work, of participation work, but there's so much more that we can do. We have so much more room to grow, and we have the capacity. And I think one of the main points that the speakers, wonderful speakers, have mentioned is collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. And so I want to ask this opening question to everyone, right? Whether you are a participant, whether you are a speaker, please feel free to jump in and add your thoughts on how exactly do you feel we can, what more can we do? What more can we do? How can we improve? So that's question number one, and then we'll hit off from there. Anybody who's keen to start can jump right in.
Yeah, I can give it a shot because I would run a few minutes at the end of the session. So like we've done so far, we've done awesome, and we've seen the improvement of youth participation in different areas. And some of the ideas that I've gone ahead are really spot on. We're speaking about collaboration, we're speaking about funding, we're speaking about time and language and all of that. One thing that I think that would also be helpful is also our presentation of results from our engagement, or a bit of metric setting and assessment. This is why I say that. So you know that the IGF is not really a place where we create laws or policies, or better yet, we finalize discussions. But are we able to map what we are discussing at the IGF and in our sessions, our youth gatherings, to SDG goals, and to see how maybe map, just align what we are discussing to a problem, and then to follow through with what can be, say, a recommendation by way of a solution. We are doing this because we want to see how the internet governance ecosystem and the discussions that you're having can pretty much contribute to feeding the decisions that are made by authorities and stakeholders. So think about it this way. In the chat, we've seen people who are so much excited about climate. And this morning we learned about digital transformation. We learned about solar-powered irrigation systems and things around things that are helping, things around AI-based solutions that are helping people to be able to cultivate, and while they're doing it, also protect the environment. Now, when we come to the IGF space, we'll have different people thinking about what is happening in that area of climate in different lights. People who are probably in the legal sector will start questioning what data the AI solution is collecting. They're thinking about rights of, people that are probably working in the space. They're thinking about what the data is going to be used for and all of that. Developers also have their own thoughts about it. We come to the people who are pretty much advocates about, just say, climate and green IT, and we'll look about what emissions are going into the air and everything. At the IGF, if you have sessions where we talk about some of these and have recommendations on, just say, green IT, if we were to map it to the SDG goals, which particularly talks about climate change and how to and based on our discussions, to say these are the recommendations that we have gathered and can help it, then people are able to see clearly where our discussions are headed. It is like speaking, and most times things are so broad, nobody knows where it ends, but how we can make sure that beyond the conversations, we're able to map some of the recommendations to things that are happening. We've seen some of the, our youth event now bring out what we call recommendation booklets or brochures or reports. It started from 2019, 2020, there was something like that. And then we are going into 2021, there was something like that, 2022, I guess. This 2022, but how can we probably just add on to what is it's been discussed globally for development, some of the things that we are doing here. And I think that is one thing that we can do some more. By so doing, we're able to see something come out of the IGF that we are also excited about, that we have voices contributed to, a particular mapping that makes us appreciate what has been done and what probably could be done also to make things better. Now, how I think this can happen is that while we have the reports coming up for people to peruse and probably to use in their other spaces, how about you think about even the content that these reports are coming out in? Can we do, snippets that are probably targeted towards a particular stakeholder groups? Can we do videos that people would probably just look at and gather and have information that they can run with? Can we make infographics that are spot on with the messages that we really want to stand out? Some of these will help people to consume the content differently. Sometimes it may seem bulky, people don't look into it. We who are excited about it may look into it and also have what we've learned from it go into other spaces. But I think as a matter of urgency, how content comes out or are presented is important. How we're able to map recommendations to offline problems are important. And how do we look back and do a sort of metric assessment? So we can see that beyond the conversations, there's work that is currently ongoing, and we'll be encouraged to do some more as young people.
That is so good. That is so good, Lily. And I do have some points on that. But before I give my contributions, that was so exact. And I'm sure that many other people have been put on fire, you know, just by that fantastic idea. So I want to give others a chance to share their thoughts as well on what Lily has just mentioned. I see Palguni, I see your hand. Are you ready to contribute? You can open your mic if you wanna speak. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I'm from India. My name is Falguni Sundaram Vishwal, and I want to conclude here that we are the powerhouse of nation. Youth are the powerhouse of nation, and today's youth, tomorrow's superstars. Okay, so I want to conclude here that collective idea of SDGs, climate change, digitalization, people to people, global supply chain, good governance, public consultants, and build back greater, and partnership important of private sector, concrete project, and regional aspect. We have to focus local to vocal to globalization. We have to focus local because, as you know, we have 8 years left to achieve 2030 agenda, but we don't achieve. Already African Union published 2063 agenda. We have to think that why didn't we achieve 2030 agenda in 2030? Because due to lack of knowledge, due to bridging gap between bureaucrats, and those, I think, two projects are not well. That's why we can't success 2030 agenda in 2030, and we have to think about financial institution, technology change, and green boards. And another thing, we have to do something for our country and for our globe, which will helpful to us and others. And we have to work like a friend in need, a friend in need. Simply, that's it.
Absolutely, we definitely need to work on and I see it's already starting. I don't know if you noticed, Falguni, but people like EuroDIG, people like Lily also mentioned this, that there are tangible steps being taken towards working on us getting the necessary finances to push our initiatives forward. And I would love to see you get more involved too. The question later on will be for everyone to put on the different collaboration platforms so that we can all get connected. So this is definitely not the last time that we'll speak. Please, we want to hear your ideas. We want to keep it connected to you. One of the links that Nicholas also shared in the chat, please join that link as well, that mailing list. And let's keep more of your ideas coming through, and we can note them and put them into action as well. Yeah. Thank you so much. That was a great contribution. I saw one more hand and then it disappeared.
Hi, Marisha. I raised my hand.
Hello,
but
please, Patricia, go for it.
Thank you. Well, you basically concluded what I just wanted to share. Palguni and Lily mentioned about all these issues that I believe youth have very, I would say, forward, future-looking opinions that we need to provide the platform for. Personally, I'm from the technical background, and I believe the youth are, as the technologies are moving very fast, I believe the youth are the one in the industries, and they are the one who knows how it works. So the issue or what I would like to see more is like how Lily suggested for us to have the recommendation and the solutions. So maybe we can have youths from the technical background to help in the discussions and maybe propose the best practices and work and echoing Henriette from the session before and Anya as well, the synergies between the youth and also the senior stakeholders are very much needed for us to, you know, because the technologies are fairly new, and from my experience, when we talk to senior stakeholders, they don't really want to talk about new technologies because they're kind of scared about it. It's so new. But it's there needs to be a platform to talk about it, and I believe the internet governance is the best place because the internet is it revolves around. Thank you.
I agree. That was funny when you said that they feel scared to talk about new technologies, and we have so many ideas that we want to share with them. And I think that the tech community can definitely be the perfect voices for that. Yeah, that is such a great contribution. Thank you so much, Puteri. And I really want to echo what you said, that the synergies between us as the youth track and well, what we can call the formal sessions is so important. We really need to keep pushing that agenda. We really need to keep focusing on that in every outreach that we embark on. And you mentioned that the youth in tech can also share best practices. And I just wanted to have a quick follow-up before I take some more comments. In which form do you feel that would best be done? Yeah.
Thanks for the question. I think the youth are more in the development sector, but because from my background, I have a lot of friends who are developing the solutions, designing the solutions, and I believe there could be instances where we apply technology to traditional processes. I'm not sure how open the internet governance community is with this, but I believe it's such an interesting sector to look at, for example. But Palguni is right. For example, policymaking processes. What if we create solutions for policymaking to make it more efficient? Because right now we see policymaking processes in other organizations are very long and very time consuming. How do we make it faster? How do we get more people? How do we make it more efficient? How do we make the implementation more effective? There's so many things we can integrate technology in to make it better. So maybe the youth can spearhead the thing.
Absolutely. And I want to ask our panel, this is such a fantastic contribution, and I think we really need to think about how we can absorb this, how we can put it into an action item for the various initiatives and groups that we have represented on our speaker panel. Could anyone on the panel speak perhaps about how we can do that? Like Lily mentioned, a very tangible kind of outcome, right? Where we can look at how we structure our reports, right? How can we take Puteri's feedback now with regards to creating a platform where we can better communicate about emerging technologies and how it can influence our day-to-day kind of policy-making processes? How can we, as speakers and moderators and organizers, how can we absorb that into what we're doing or spaces that we have? Can anybody speak to that?
I just wanted to speak quickly because, like I said,
sure, absolutely.
And Daphne and Veronica, I mean, Ron, please forgive me. And Daniel's hand is up too. So just for your information. So yeah, usually in sessions, right? From what I've seen at the IGF and some of the sessions you're in, there's usually reports your report that you make, and they'll ask you to be pretty much actionable, direct to which stakeholder, and then what they're supposed to do. And usually you see that they'll ask you to provide just like a brief one that can be read at the end of the session for people to just say, okay, this is what we decided on. So for moderators and speakers, they'll have that session those notes read at the end of the session, and people are like, okay, that's fine. This sums up what we discussed. And then there's a longer report that is probably sent out a day after. Now, in that light, you can have through those readings, you can have people know what they've discussed, and moderators and speakers and session organizers are people who are pivotal in that role. That means it's somebody who's a rapporteur taking notes and concise as possible, so that you can have that sent out. And now we have recordings, right? And it can go as fast as possible. But how that influences policy making, I think, is what we heard also from this morning. That if you want the policymakers to be in the spaces that we are looking for, we've got to invite them. We are doing parliamentary tracks, right? And people are having parliamentarians from their different regions trying to sign up to know more about the IG and all of that. Right now, we don't just want them to come and be in a parliamentarian booth where they listen to parliamentarians and discuss among themselves. They can have that, but in some of these sessions, they have to be there. So you can ask them the sometimes uncomfortable questions and see how would be able to like help them, right? I mean, what recommendations you have for them and how they can also respond to us. And then I think that I see happening when it comes to all these idea of how our discussions would translate into policy making is, like I said, how we're able to measure or track what it is we discussed and to point it to something that will stay on the ground, so that if there's some work that's gone on, we can appreciate and say this has been done, or start a campaign to say we need to do more. And now I see you in the chat, Puteri, where you've spoken about a digital youth parliament as seen in Malaysia. And that's like interesting. People that are discussing and pretty much mimicking what is done in Parliament and can move things around. Yeah, so I feel like that these thoughts come to my mind readily about how to have some action started, not just after the event, but even in the sessions, but the reports you're making and how it can translate into policymakers, even when they are present in the room and what they take with them. So I just want to apologize that I'll be dropping off in a short while. I'll just be here for like 2 more minutes and then I can connect later. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lily. Those are fantastic. Ooh, I'm excited. I don't know if you guys can feel the excitement in the room, but I definitely do. Let me see. Gotcha. Thank you so much, Lily. Just before you go, I want to say thank you so much for all your valuable contributions. We appreciate you. Bye and talk to you soon. Great. There was 2 people on the 2 names that wanted to contribute, and Daphne, you can please also indicate time-wise to me how we're doing. I wouldn't want us to go too far above that. But Daniel had. Yeah.
I'll let you know when it's time, so no worries.
Sounds good, thank you. Veronica, I know you have a specific point to what we're currently talking about, so I don't know if we can. Daniel, are you also, is your contribution related to Lily's feedback point and Puteri as well? So that I can know who should, yeah, so Daniel will go first, the floor is yours, and then Veronica, you can follow.
Yeah, I'll try to combine both the comments as well as the follow-up to what we were discussing so far. I would say one of the biggest frustrations I see in the community is that we don't have this, let's say, support system for youth to make them to be engaged even more. What do I mean by that? We have a saying in Albania where we say that youth are considered as third-class citizens for the reasons because they don't work themselves, but they need the support from their parents and everything. So they are a very marginalized member of the community. And I would say that this is still a huge issue in the entire ecosystem where we still don't pay youth as interns. I can bring up the United Nations, all the agencies, all the things that we do with youth. We primarily don't pay them, but we expect them to volunteer. And then if we find some sponsors, then we might be able to bring them into on-site activities. And it's around there. Like, it doesn't go more. And I feel like if we would be able to fund internships, even for 3 months or 5 months, where youth go deeply into projects, work for 3 months with a stakeholder, let's say everywhere. Let's take AI policy. AI policy has all the realms, goes from people who are directly impacted from future of work to people who are not directly impacted because they have high-tech positions, to people who benefit because they have all of those companies that benefit from AI, and to people who actually are able to influence AI through policy. So different stakeholders. If we make youth to participate with each of them, they will have way more objective feelings about the technology. And this is a way how you can influence policy making. But if you're not funding them and they don't have the opportunity, they will leave. And I know many people in this ecosystem that have started joining our activities, and then they left because they need to find a job. And why not combining both? And at least I know Emilia, I know Daphne, I know Auke was in the call, and many others who I see them in all the conference. And this is nice because the community is very tight-knit. When I see everyone in all these events, it makes me feel happy because people stay engaged. But not all people actually have the opportunity to stay engaged without getting this compensation. And an example, for example, in the case of the Youth Summit, I made a calculation and my flight and everything went up to like $4,500 for just a 3-day event. And I was thinking, since ITU is not paying any interns, why not, instead of me going there in person for 3 days, make this a 3-month internship and pay, or a 6-month. And not only you actually get to pay them, but they will meaningfully run by the end of an experience of an internship to have a report. It's good for the CV. They will publish it, they will engage deeply, and they will stay engaged in the ecosystem. And the contribution will be valuable for policy making and not only. So I feel like we have infrastructure in place, we have funding. It's just that we're not using it as wisely, I'd say. Probably we're thinking that youth is just for the fun, it's just for the travel, and that's it. I would argue it's not for that. Like youth can bring more into the table. Youth are a resource. And I feel like when we understand all the needs that are unmet, we are able to actually go in, tap into the problem, and bring up solutions. So I think that's one frustration that definitely we need to address, start addressing at least. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm going to hand over to Veronica, and then we can do a combined kind of response and recap with everybody in the room. Veronica, the floor is yours.
Okay, I will be very quick, and I would like to add something to what Puteri was saying, and that is in our call for proposal of the Youth SG action plan. We actually received many inputs of young people willing to be more involved into policy making into the internet governance, but we don't have the space. We don't have the events, because the IGF, we know that the IGF is a discussion forum. It's not a location, or it's not an event in which we can take decision, or we can only influence people who have the power to take decision. So what we can do in that environment, without the fact of creating ad hoc spaces to involve young people in policy making, and have them get into the policy making process and actually collaborate in policy and influence policy making. It's something that we can do. But if we have to work with something that we have, that is the IGF, the Internet Governance Forum, the only thing that it comes to my mind is that are two things. First is to empower young people to actually be involved into interest in policy, because some young people that comes into, they are part of our memberships, have a technical background, don't have a policy background. They have a policy background, don't have like a technical background. So we have to foster like to foster the cross sharing of knowledge between people that have a policy background with people that have a technical background, so they can collaborate with each other, and then bring them into the internet governance space where they can actually influence policy. They can actually influence people who have policy making or decision making power, and we can do that by actually fostering the participation, and simply fostering the participation or promoting the participation of young people in mainstream panels. So it's what that we are trying to do this year with the workshop proposal. We submitted many workshop proposals trying to, and the composition of the panel were cross-generational. So there were like fully used panels, but we had many of the panels that were cross-generational with young experts. We are not talking of young people like inexpert person. We are talking about people that have a strong expertise in niche area, that are talking with experts, with academia, with scholars, with people working in international organizations, or with startups, entrepreneurs. So it's this that we can do, like that it's something that it exists, and we can foster in that direction.
That sounds good. I want to know what people's thoughts are. We are left with 4 minutes, so I can say we can do just 2 more minutes for anyone who has some immediate thoughts on your mind to respond to Veronica's contribution and suggestion. So yeah, I'm going to leave the floor open. Anybody that wants to add a thought, please do so now. The floor is open.
Okay, so maybe I will jump in just with some very quick conclusions. Also to what Lily said, what Daniel said, and also to what Veronica said. Actually, during this call, a few quite pessimistic reflections came to my mind, and also it is connected with something that Daniel mentioned, that we are having quite a big structural problem here, that most of the work we are all doing, in which we are all contributing is for free. And as long as different kinds of institutions, governments don't pay people who are doing youth programs, who are participating actively and contributing amounts of their time to those programs, and those is not, maybe not financially, but at least in any other way rewarding for them, they don't have particular outcomes from that. It is very, I think, disappointing for many people, and it is also something that causes that those programs are not as polished as they could be. It is very difficult to hold them on for a long time. Like I can talk from my experience, like trying to put more solution targeted approach last year, and it was a hard work, and it was very, very disappointing how senior experts, how governments especially don't want to listen to young people. Like they are totally not interested, and they attend youth events and they leave. They only have their speech and then they leave the auditorium, and that's all. And the support from them is like very, it's like, you know, not much, and not getting too much into the details. So what I think was mentioned by Lily, what is really important, that to have these talks with parliamentarians, to invite them, because if they are invited, they are but not invited to give a speech, to be the face of the event, but they are invited to be active part of it, like to talk to young people is much easier. So the one way is to look for supporters. And I see that the time is really running out, but if we want to, I think if we want to bring these next steps of youth involvement, we need to, one, which many people here said, find resources, and two, find supporters in some institutions like governments, but I think private sector is easier. And as long as we don't have these resources, it would be very difficult to move EF programs on to the more specific results.
Thank you so much. And I got a message from Mauricia. She's having some issues with her connectivity, so I will be taking over to wrap up because our session will be ending in 1 minute. But I want to propose that we either at another regional IGF continue this discussion, or that we as YCIG just facilitate another discussion to continue on this, because Falguni, I would absolutely love to hear your contribution on this as well. So please, if you can keep it in mind, we're going to make sure that we will create a follow-up as soon as possible. But due to the time, I have to say thanks to you all. So thank you, Veronica, Emilia, Lily, Daniel, Nicholas, Jenna, for your amazing contributions to celebrate the great work and the hard work we've been doing. And also thank you, Patiri and Falguni, to give such great contributions during the discussion itself. And thank you to my amazing co-host, Mauricia, for facilitating this discussion and coming to something so different than I had imagined that this discussion would be like. And that kind of shows the beauty of internet governance. You always learn something new while you least expect it. So I want to thank you all very much, and I want to thank EuroDIG for being willing and able to facilitate this session and this discussion. And I wish you all a great day, and I think we're all gonna eat some pizza now. So thank you all, and take care, and hopefully speak soon.
All right, that was a great session. And with this will be the end of our sessions in this room for today. Tomorrow, and we would like to see you all back tomorrow for day 1. Have a good week.
Thank you.